Tuesday, November 18th, regular board meeting. We will we will open the meeting at 4:06. Is there public comment? Hearing none, we will now adjourn to closed session.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 Board of Education regular board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 6:09. And we have language access. Welcome.
Thank you. We have interpretation into Spanish and interpretation into ASL through Zoom. Buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español disponible. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Go to announcements from closed session action. In closed session, the board voted to approve a 1-day suspension for a classified employee. Vote was 4-0 with myself, Gabe Escobedo, absent from the vote. And now we will turn over to Mr. Vasquez for the student board member report.
Thank you. The third Student Advisory Council meeting is tomorrow, where I will be presenting the last details for the high school to elementary school mentorship program for feedback and finalization. I will also be attending the California School Boards Association annual education conference in a couple weeks to collaborate with other California student board members in some idea generation and also in learning how to better contribute student perspective to the board. I've also been in contact with the Oxnard Union High School District student trustee, and we are planning to meet with a group of some of the surrounding high school district student board members at the conference as well. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Dr. Maldonado for the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Tonight, we have a very special opportunity to introduce the new art project that is now on display in our boardroom here today. Invisible, 1 in 5, the face of dyslexia. This exhibit powerfully illustrates the strength and resilience of individuals living with dyslexia, including many of our own graduates. It is a striking visual reminder of the vital work we all share in ensuring that every student achieves outstanding outcomes. We hope this display will inspire our community to do everything possible to support our dyslexic students. I am honored to introduce the 2 individuals who brought this vision to life and give voice to dyslexia. Moni DeWitt and Sherry Ray. Please join me in welcoming them.
Sorry. Good evening. I'm really grateful to be here, and I especially feel like this project has been so well received by Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. This project is an effort to empower dyslexics and to bring awareness, education, and empathy to the community that is largely uninformed about dyslexia. It has evolved from the photographer's studio to a showcase of individuals ranging in age from 7 to 94 in settings where they work and play. Participants include individuals from all walks of life and varied experiences in employment and education. We are deeply grateful for the enthusiastic cooperation of so many children, adults, and families who have stepped from anonymity to inclusion and bravely share their stories and their very essence in allowing themselves to be photographed. May the viewing public be moved and informed. And I thought I would just sort of walk you through some of the images here. The purpose of the 1 in 5, the face of dyslexia, is to make the invisible visible and also to recognize that art transcends barriers. It's to provide dyslexics with the opportunity to speak about their experience firsthand. It also provides the community with an educational moment of clarity and connection. It's to inform the mind and touch the heart. And as we go through here at the bottom of the DS, you will first see a collage, and that is from many tireless advocates. One there is Monique Lamont, who passed the assessment bill, and you'll see many other legislators as well as former Superintendent Cash. Then next to the right, you will see our student Annette Youth graduate, and that mosque is there off of Las Caneras Road. And he went to Arizona State before the internet, and his mother helped him graduate from there
Su
even
madre le ayudó a graduarse de la universidad.
years.
Sorry, 1 second.
No worries.
Disculpe un segundo.
Are we okay to continue? Continue. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, actually, it's perfect. Then right behind board member Escobedo, we have Mal.
Después, justo después del presidente Escobedo, tenemos a Mal,
She grew up in Iran, where
que
she was
creció en Irán,
into a corner with a dunce cap on because she couldn't read. And luckily, she
no sabía leer, no podía leer cuando estaba allí.
library.
Sorry. Our language access team is coming up on the audio.
And great.
Give us a second. Sam.
Okay, no worries.
Our apologies.
Oh, it's fine.
Disculpen.
Okay.
Alrighty, and then we have right behind Dr. Maldonado, we have a gentleman named Sky McGinnis. He's a local contractor, a native of Santa Barbara and Hunter College. And then to the far right, we have Dr. Rayanne Napoleon, a chemistry professor at Santa Barbara City College. And yeah, I would like to turn it over to my friend, partner in crime, Sherry Ray, who will talk to you about the ensemblage art to our right.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our vision and our art that oftentimes speaks more than words. I'd like to show you the inspiration before the art, the assemblage art that's on the wall. And this was let's see if this shows well. This is a window actually that's at the Vandenberg Village Library that was created by the mother of a dyslexic son, by stained glass artist Nadia Penoff, who in 2002 received a commission from the County of Santa Barbara as a part of Art in Public Places. She wrote her artist statement to explain what it was about. And she said, as a child, reading saved my life, helping me escape harsh realities and showing me endless possibilities for the future. As an adult, I shared the anguish of my young son's frustrating dyslexic struggle to read. Although he loved being read to, reading was never fun for him. Consequently, I designed these windows to convey the feeling of a playful party atmosphere, a cheerful party with letters, with the rainbow of colors appealing to younger children and a compelling written message for the older children. My goal is for the 3 colorful windows to pull children into the library to read, to hope, to dream. Love to read, read to live to love. Read, live, love. You can go see this at the Vandenberg Village Library. And so she inspired, because she's an artist. I had done several assemblage art pieces at home, and she lived in Kauai, and she was here visiting, and I asked her to take a look at what I was doing. And I said, is this like a craft, like a hobby or what? She goes, my dear, this is art. So she inspired me to continue. And these are a few of the assemblage pieces: Alphabet Soup, Help, John Lennon Dyslexic, because there are so many famous people who are dyslexic, and Thinking Differently. So that's just some art that's now housed at the Project Second Chance in Contra Costa County, California. where we donated all of that material. So thank you so much for the opportunity and to have this on display. I hope it inspires people, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Moni and Sherry, for first letting us borrow your gallery work and to use this boardroom as a gallery for it. We did have our principals here last Thursday, and we did a gallery walk, and they've signed the book. I do want the public to know that I believe it's behind you, Sherry. Ed's holding it up. We do have a book where you could provide some comments. We also have some cards that explain the 1 in 5 project. And we encourage you, if there's a break in between this meeting or after the meeting, we do hope to keep this till the end of November. And we want to just, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I know when I was a young teacher, I've spoken to you both about my student that I felt I could have done more work for. And so this is very inspiring. Next, and I'm going to keep it short, is our Collaborative Spirit Award. As you know, this year I'm honoring work in teams in our district. So tonight we're honoring the front office staff at Goleta Valley Junior High: Erica Zamora, Danielle Swanson Porter, Paola Jimenez, and Sonia Spencer. The Goleta Valley Junior High School front office staff consistently places students and families first by problem solving with parents on Canvas and coordinating assignments for 6 students, helping during emergencies like bloody noses or PE falls when the nurse is not available, providing comfort and support for students needing a snack or having a difficult day, and consistently assisting with teacher sub coverage. They support each other with tasks and projects, infusing the entire office with wonderful positive energy. They are an example of collaboration and teamwork that we strive for in our district. Thank you so much to this team. And that concludes my superintendent report.
Thank you. A couple of announcements. One, we do have Dr. Beal online, so any votes tonight will be roll call votes. If she's participating under one of the emergency board participation laws. We also have general public comment right now. So we're going to go to D8, public comments for non-agenda matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. I am going to say at 10 more minutes. So at 6:32, we are going to stop accepting general public comment slips. We have a number of them. I believe we even got a few more. So we're going to actually go to 90 seconds for public comment. And I'm going to turn it over to
almost at 30 currently.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Banning.
It would be helpful if I'm going to read the next 3 names as you hear your name. If you're down the road a little bit, kind of move into the room so we can make the transition. Our first speakers are Sarah Gatehouse, followed by Mark Nicholas and Devin Espejo.
And sorry, just as another reminder, we have a time certain item at 7. So if we're in the middle of public comment, we'll pause and we'll come back to public comment.
So Sarah.
Hello. So I'm Sarah Gatehouse. I am the music teacher at Washington Elementary, and I'm speaking today to express my deep concern regarding the district being in breach of contract over the amount of designated prep and PLC time specials teachers receive. The loss of prep time not only diminishes the quality of our instruction, but also undermines the professionalism and equity of our teaching roles within the district. Without adequate prep time, the effectiveness of our programs will suffer. We would not be able to do our jobs. Our responsibilities extend far beyond the classroom. Some of my responsibilities when I am not in front of students include, but are not limited to, preparing lessons for 8 grade levels and 27 distinct classes on a weekly basis, including ensembles such as choir, orchestra, band, general music, and violin class for multiple grades. Creating an exciting and relevant curriculum and cultivating resources. As a music educator, I am not given a set curriculum. A large amount of my time when I am not with students is spent creating a curriculum that is culturally relevant and standards-based. Properly assessing and grading 500 students. We are required to perform assessments throughout the year and to report accurate grades 3 times a year. Planning and putting on performances. I am required to solely plan and direct at least 6 concerts a year. I need non-student facing work time to communicate logistics to all staff and families, create lessons and materials to prepare students, and make and distribute promotional materials. I have a few more things. I also have to maintain a classroom and inventory. I have students, over 300 students that play instruments every year. I have to fix those instruments, test those instruments. I have
would
to
invite
transition.
send the comments in writing to the board if you're not able to finish them in the time period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Nichols, followed by Devin Espejo and Rita Newhouse. I can't read the last name, Rita. Sorry.
All right, good evening. So I want to take this moment to share with you the load of a regular elementary homeroom teacher. Imagine that this pizza box, is one class between 20 to 24 slices for the students, okay? So the students will see their teachers about 5 days a week, so that's 5 boxes. 5 boxes isn't so bad. Some of my colleagues have to teach at multiple sites. They're not responsible for just one class a week, but the entire school every week. So we have 16 classes at one site and a dozen another. So visually, it looks like this. Here, I think I can hold it. Okay, so regarding curriculum, take art, for example. They usually have to create their own. This illustration requires folding all the boxes and making the pieces from scratch. So my understanding is that specialists only have 45 minutes a week to plan their lessons. For some, it could be ordering materials, setting up the right amount for each student. For others, it's arranging music rehearsals and multiple school performances. That's roughly 6 minutes and 25 seconds a week for each grade level. Take into consideration that if we are in perfect
You have
health.
20 seconds.
Okay. If we are in perfect health, it's a lot, all right? Another one of my colleagues is at home right now because she's trying to recover from pneumonia. I know she could be here tonight, but I know she wanted to express how hard it is. Now she's trying to ask for your support on this. I'm asking you to take into consideration the passion, dedication, and sacrifices specialist teachers make for their students, despite the circumstances they are being put
Thank you.
under.
Your time is up.
Being credentialed in our fields, we earn the right to be here as regular teachers, and our time should
Please
be
complete your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Need some help? Sorry, thank you.
Our next speakers will be Devin Espejo, Rita Newhouse, and Heather Walker.
Hi. The district continually preaches equity for our students, but the true equity begins when they show that to its teachers. Every teacher, every grade level, every subject. My name is Devin Espejo, and I currently teach art at Monroe Elementary. I was previously teaching art at San Marcos, but I was involuntary transferred to the elementary level due to the district's decision to cut the amount of units required to graduate, therefore limiting students' access to electives. Having not taught elementary art in a decade, the dramatic change was shocking, and I found myself completely unprepared, planning for 8 different grade levels without access to Prop 28 funds for supplies until October, and only 50 minutes of guaranteed prep time per week. I've had the challenging opportunity of teaching art to the entirety of TK through 12 at 3 different schools over the last 5 years upon returning to SB Unified. It's difficult to get good at your craft when you're constantly being moved and adapting to various grade levels and differing school protocols. When I taught at La Cumbre Junior High, I was guaranteed 50 minutes of prep time for 5 classes per day, 2 different grade levels. When I taught at San Marcos, I was guaranteed 80 minutes of prep time per day to prepare for 3 mixed grade level classes, 2 of which were the same class. Currently, at Monroe, I teach art to 8 different grade levels, plus ESN. I have 5 classes per day, one of which is actually a social studies class. I never have the same grade on a given day. With only 5 minutes in between my art classes and each grade doing a different project, I am limited in what I can actually teach by both the schedule and the minimal prep time.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Please give specials teachers the equity in prep time they deserve, every teacher, every grade level, every subject.
Rita Newhouse. Rita? And maybe if you give us your last name. I can't read it on the form. I'm sorry.
Yes, Newhouse Sagletti.
Okay. And then we'll follow that with Heather Walker and Justin Mack. Thank you, Rita.
Okay. 2025 marks the 50th anniversary of IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, a groundbreaking federal law that guarantees children with disabilities the right to a free and appropriate education. Under this act, to facilitate general education participation, there must be at least one gen ed teacher at each IEP. Here's the rub. At all 3 high schools, there is not a dedicated person at each site to relieve gen ed teachers from teaching so that they can participate, despite that being the law. At SBHS, we call it the roving sub. This sub covers for gen ed teachers to attend IEPs. When there isn't an IEP to cover, the sub will participate in other important tasks. There is plenty to do. Having a roving sub is a small investment to avoid excusal forms and parent complaints regarding a lack of gen ed participation. On another note, IDEA requires elevators to be installed in a building with 3 or more stories. SBHS has the elevators, but the elevator itself or the key card is unreliable.
20 seconds.
Yesterday, a student in a wheelchair was stuck in the heavy rain, only to find out the elevator was not working. This is one of many times with students with special needs or other students with crutches were denied education access. When will this be taken care of? Our site has been in communication with the district about this problem, and nothing has changed. In the spirit of IDEA and remaining in compliance with the law, I ask that the district fund a full-time roving sub at each of the high schools and find permanent solutions for working elevators immediately.
Thank you. Your time is up. Heather Walker, followed by Justin Mack and Kristen Bollingmo.
Hello, my name is Heather Walker, and I teach elementary TK through 6th grade at Roosevelt School. It has come to my attention that the district does not understand the value of planning time amongst the site's specials teachers, PE, music, art, and STEAM, as well as the need to offer more than 45 minutes of prep time a week. First, reasons to PLC on site with the specials team, art, PE, music, and STEAM. We see every student, every week, every year. We as a site specials team are a powerful force in teaching SEL, social emotional learning, for our students. The meetings we have as a team include naturally becoming a child's longitudinal success team, noticing needs, patterns, and growth over the span of sometimes 7 years. We provide continuity in that child's life and become their trusted adult. Time to discuss student success within our spaces is invaluable. In the spirit of our district motto, every child, every chance, every day, the student needs to wake up and see that giving site specials teachers time to PLC is not a waste of time. It's in fact a huge asset to our students.
20 seconds.
In addition to this, specials teachers make plans to avoid school day disruptions. We as a site team support the flow of many scheduling changes throughout the day. In addition to conference week and occasional noon dismissals, there are myriad reasons that a default special schedule is adjusted. You could argue that these adjustments should be made solely by administrators, but the changes we have the foresight to see during a planning meeting are often very nuanced because they involve the transfer of supervision and physical movement of over 450 young children.
Thank you. Justin Mack, Kristen Bollingmo, and Stephen Hughes.
Greetings. Thank you for the opportunity to share. My name is Justin Mack, STEM teacher at the Washington Wildcat STEM Lab, delightful co-worker with Mrs. Gatehouse. We have the joy of serving over 500 students every week. Join me for one small slice with one grade for one project to get a sense of what goes on. 3D design, Tinkercad, Glowforge laser cutters. I have zero budget, so I've obtained $10,000 of equipment through grants. No budget for supplies, so I obtain supplies through a number of ways. Students come in, I prepare the lessons, administer the lessons, but that's just the beginning. I maintain the machines, which always break. I maintain the materials and procurement of materials, but then that's just the beginning because I have to go through approximately for one grade, 90 individual to 200 individual units of lessons of content material, give feedback to the students on how to improve it. But then I download, slice, prepare, print 90 to 200 material pieces just for sixth grade alone. And then the blowing up the machines, they don't work. I fix them, I reprint. Students come up with new ideas. They do things at home. They want to communicate. We have sidebar conversations. So I produce more. Then I individually label and tag every single project, organize them in bags, distribute them to students.
20
and that's just
seconds.
one class. So welcome to the STEM Lab. Welcome to every specials class where we love our jobs and we love going above and beyond. Give us the time to go above and beyond without getting burned to a crisp and daydreaming about other fields to work in, because we love what we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kristen Bollingmo, Stephen Hughes, and Ryan McCullum.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kristen Bollingmo, and I'm the STEAM teacher at Harding. I love STEAM because I get to watch students or help students develop skills that support them both academically and personally. Over the past few months, my students have built circuits, sewn stuffed animals, made jewelry, created stop motion animations using felt, and much more. STEAM projects require creativity, research, prototyping, gathering materials through scavenging or ordering, ideally, collaborating with other teachers, measuring, cutting, laser cutting, 3D printing, and creating slides and posters that support learning. Despite the extensive work required, the district seems to be taking the position that all of this can be accomplished for 8 grade levels and several hundred students within 45 minutes a week. That amounts to less than 6 minutes per grade level, or roughly 2 minutes per class. Quite frankly, this is unreasonable and feels dismissive of the work we do. I'm proud of our school. Harding is thriving and growing every year. That also means that I have more classes every year. And this year, I'm even being asked to take on additional duties, which has never happened before. So what's changed? I truly don't believe we're asking too much. We're only asking what our contract already guarantees, at least 2 45-minute PLC times and 1 45-minute prep period weekly. As specialist teachers, we are the only elementary teachers who have 2 PLC teams. We have our site specialist team, as well as my STEAM team among the other elementary schools.
Time is
If
up.
weekly collaboration with my STEAM PLC is not possible, the curriculum work still needs to be done and cannot be done in 45 minutes.
Thank you. Stephen Hughes, followed by Ryan McCullum and Lisa Kiefer.
Good evening. It's funny, someone spoke to me as I came in and they said, I bet I know what you're here to talk about. And they were right, I think, because I never asked. Anyway, I want to say thank you to the union for taking up the 7-period day as part of their negotiating platform for junior high schools. It's really, really important to create equity among our students. In order to illustrate that, here's something that happened today. A student who is in English support and math support, one of their classes is gone to be in those classes, and then another English support class was basically is on the path to being removed from band. So I'm imagining this kid's in math support because they're not super great at English, right? So what they're going to do is go from English in first period, where they feel like they're not very good, to math, where they feel like they're not very good, to band in third period, where they're pretty okay at clarinet. They're not the next Benny Goodman, but they're fine. They're great. They're fine. Whatever.
20 seconds.
Right. And so that success would be taken away from them ahead of where they can go back to English in fourth period, and hopefully that teacher can take another swing at them, right? And hopefully help them, right? They build that success in these types of classes. We need space for these kids to do this. That's why it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan McCullum, Lisa Kiefer, and Rich Lashua.
Hello. Hello, my name is Ryan McCullum. I spoke here in February to advocate against strategic master scheduling for elementary PE, art, music, and STEAM programs, and you all supported that vision. Despite this, the district moved forward with strategic master scheduling. So I'm coming to you today as the STEAM teacher at both Cleveland Elementary and Santa Barbara Community Academy. This year, my schedule has become much more strategic. Over the course of 1 week, I teach 25 STEAM classes to 460 students, TK through 6th grade across 2 campuses, and I provide intervention support in the, quote, gaps in my schedule. While I am proud to serve so many students, I now have less prep and collaboration time than before, time that was vital to building interdisciplinary curriculum and supporting equitable learning with my colleagues. STEAM, PE, art, and music teachers develop their own curriculum, manage budgets, and prepare materials for 200 to 500 students, and provide experiences that truly reach the hands of every student on campus. We're also trusted adults who nurture the whole child and get to build relationships with students and be a safe space over the course of multiple years. Reductions in our prep and collaboration time make it harder to deliver the programs that students need. I respectfully ask the board to help preserve these vital elementary programs by supporting equitable planning and collaboration time for specialist teachers as outlined in our contract. We are classroom teachers too, and our students benefit when we have the time and resources to create meaningful experiences no matter which campus they attend. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to our students and teachers.
Thank you. Lisa Kiefer, Rich Lashua, and Andrea Lashua.
Hi, board. Hi, Dr. Beal. My name is Lisa Kiefer. I'm here to talk to you about expanding the dual language immersion program in junior highs. I understand we have a program at Santa Barbara Junior High, but it's just really not feasible for a lot of us out towards Goleta to make the trek down there every single day to get our kids to that program. I really want my daughter, who's in 5th grade at El Camino, to be able to continue her studies in Spanish once she gets to the junior high level and not forget everything by the time she gets to high school, where she'll probably go on to take AP Spanish and who knows what else. Currently at La Colina, they only have the most basic level of Spanish being offered. And so I would like to expand the DLI program. If that's not possible, I would like to at least get an advanced Spanish class as an elective. I think that would work really well with the new 7-period schedule that's being proposed. That's it.
Thank you very much. Rich Lashua, followed by Andrea Lashua and David Abel.
Good evening. Please honor the perspectives of these people who have given up their own time in the week before Thanksgiving to ask you for help on how to do their jobs better. Elementary specialist teachers need equivalent prep to match their counterparts. Prep time is critical for a classroom teacher to map out learning targets in multiple subjects for over 24 kids. That's a lot of work. So is plotting out how to teach hundreds of students across 8 grade levels in 1 week. We must give each teacher accommodations to perform their job's responsibilities beyond classroom instruction, regardless of subject. Similarly, a 7th period at our junior high schools creates access for all students to all of the offerings of our various departments and also gives every full-time teacher in that system another precious prep period to manage all the professional duties beyond classroom instruction. Teaching 5 of 7 instead of 5 of 6 helps teachers do their jobs better. Finally, I celebrate the district's culture of care. Counselors are the lifeline of caring adults to kids who need it more than ever. Lower caseloads means counselors truly have more time for all the students in their care, providing the most appropriate assistance and recommendations.
20 seconds.
A true culture of care provides for our students and also provides care for the providers. There's literally not enough time in the day, and there never will be, but we're asking that all employees have manageable workloads and equivalent prep periods that give each educator the same time and resources to provide the experiences available. Equivalent elementary specialist prep periods, restoring the junior high 7th period, and lightening the caseloads of our counselors are significant steps to creating that culture of care.
Thank you.
Let's go change the world.
Andrea Lashua, David Abel, and Amberly Young.
Good. Okay. I'm here this evening in hopes that this board can resolve the breach of contract between elementary school sites and their specialist teachers. The 3 45-minute blocks of planning time allowed by our contract need to be returned. I hope that you will agree with me that whether we are talking about art, music, PE, or STEM, planning curriculum for 8 different grade levels and running programs for our whole school takes time. This idea that specialists are not classroom teachers and therefore need less time to plan is insulting. Our teaching schedule might look different than our generalist counterparts, but it does not mean that our role is any less valuable. To suggest that we are less diminishes the work we do in teaching foundational skills that support whole child learning. As specialist teams at our sites, we need weekly planning time to strategize how to support students, address schedule changes and school events, follow up on SLT directives, or simply encourage and check in on each other. Sometimes we even need to collaborate on a project. I can tell you more about what I do all day, but people have already covered that and I'm going to run out of time. It takes time to do this job with integrity. If we want to maintain and support strong programs, if we want to continue to celebrate student success, if we want our specialist teachers to stop burning out, we
20
need
seconds.
our time back. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. David Abel, Kimberly Young, and Kate Lambert.
Good evening, board. I'm David Abel. I teach at La Cumbre Junior High. I'm our CTE teacher there. I don't have a eloquently polished speech for you guys tonight, but as you heard from my colleagues, that we at La Cumbre Junior High, we run a number of programs. I run 4 different programs within my own field. But with that, I'm here to help advocate for that 7-period day. With our 7-period day, we would be able to allow all of our students who have our support classes, our math support, our English support, and as we are transitioning into becoming an IB school, that is one of our requirements to be certified as, so that we can offer more electives such as a language development program that we can't currently offer because we don't have a space for that program. And then also to have our kids be able to be in a design program. Again, another requirement to become an IB school. Without a 7th-period day, this physically is not possible with our current schedule. So no matter how long or how far the runway is to become an IB school, we won't obtain it until we can get these curriculum aspects there, which we won't attain if we can't have kids have space in their schedule to do these things because they're taking their math or their English support class and their PE class. We could even throw health in that 7th period. All sorts of things would be open and available for many of the students that are currently restricted with their academic electives versus all these other avenues they have to pursue. So please consider that fully.
Thank you. Amberly Young, followed by Kate Lambert and Susie Stone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amberly Young, and I am the music teacher at Harding Elementary School. At Harding, we offer 5 instruments to 5th and 6th graders: trombone, trumpet, clarinet, flute, and saxophone, as well as a ukulele club, violin club, and an accordion club that meet at lunch and after school. Enrichment teachers work with 400 to 500 students. We have to create and deliver curriculum for 8 different grade levels, as well as organize concerts, maintain and manage a menagerie of instruments, among many other tasks, such as submitting hundreds of grades. At the beginning of the year, I was shared a list of standards and was told to use them to create my own lessons for all 8 grade levels. This currently includes percussion classes for TK to 2nd graders, recorder lessons for 3rd and 4th graders, and band instrument classes for 5th and 6th graders, with singing intermingled in all of these. Additionally, I am planning 2 concerts for winter, one for lower grades and one for upper grades. These will be after school so that working parents can attend. For just these concerts, a large amount of planning is required, including finding and editing the songs, translating them into Spanish, making flyers for the students and parents, coordinating with admin to select equitable dates and times, and creating accompanying videos for students to practice at home. To clarify, I love doing all these tasks, and I'm so grateful to work for Santa Barbara Unified. However, it is unrealistic to accomplish all of this in just 45 to 75 minutes per week. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Kate Lambert, followed by Susie Stone and Eric Nickerson.
Hello, board. I'm here to talk to you guys today about counselor caps. We've figured out that it is important that we make sure we have enough time to help the students that are assigned to us in different departments, like special ed. We made a caseload cap in order to best serve our students. This is the same thing that I'm going to ask you guys to consider when you look at counselors. There is a national group that talks about what counselors should have. There's a California group that talks about what counselors should have. And what they're suggesting is 1 to 250, which seems pretty good. Right now, Santa Barbara High, I know they're around 330 to 350 per counselor. And then you go to the College and Career Center and there's one person for 2,000 to help them get through that. Now, counselors do a ton. They're not just getting your schedules together, they're actually helping students through crises. They're helping in IEP meetings. They are moving around campus. They do lesson plans. They actually do presentations. They did the SOS presentation recently, and that got a huge impact on our students. Giving them time means that they get time for those students. If you want, you're going to have to tell parents, we're going to give those counselors 500 students, and your student might not have time to talk to them. Think about what we want for our own kids. Think about what we want for our students. What do we want for our district? Give it to the counselors so that way they have enough time to help the kids that they actually are assigned to. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Stone, followed by Eric Nickerson and York Shingle.
My name is Susie Stone, and I'm a school counselor at Dos Pueblos High School. When I started in counseling, the counselor's role was not clearly defined, but that changed in 2003 when the American School Counselor Association introduced the ASCA National Model, outlining 3 core domains: academic, college and career, and social emotional development. In 2016, SBUSD invested in 3 years of professional development with Hatching Results, which strengthened counseling services across the district. From that work, the DP counseling team earned RAMP recognition in 2023, meaning we are fully aligned with national best practices. As a data-driven team, we're seeing positive outcomes, increased graduation in A through G rates, narrowing achievement gaps, and improved college and career readiness, as shown on the CDE dashboard. The role of school counselors has become increasingly vital. The CDC reports that youth in the U.S. are facing a mental health crisis, yet it also highlights that schools play a powerful role in supporting student well-being. Counselors serve as trusted adults for students throughout junior high and high school, but to build those relationships, caseloads must be manageable. ASCA recommends no more than 250 students per counselor, and I hope our district continues to prioritize student well-being and takes a proactive approach to counselor caseloads.
Thank you very much. Eric Nickerson, followed by York Shingle and Shannon Jaffe.
Good evening, board. Good evening, ma'am. Just a bit of deja vu for me. I'm a special ed teacher at Santa Barbara High, and it's been over a year or so ago when I stood up here and I talked about my esteemed colleagues, the counselors, and I shared with you then, and I still feel the same. To me, they are the first responders at our school. They're the ones who see everybody and know everything. And that intel that comes back to us, the teachers in the classroom, especially the special ed teachers, is absolutely positively vital. And like happened for we in special ed, we now have a bit of a cap, and that's been a blessing. I believe that those hardworking individuals deserve the same kind of thing. I believe what Ms. Lambert said, it was almost 300 or more that each one of those counselors have on their current caseload. When I think of caseloads, over 24 makes me wobble. So those kind of numbers are really hard to do a really good job for everyone. And again, that specific intel that they seem to be able to share or to gather from these young folks who sit across from them in this non-judgmental place
20
is
seconds.
so important. That's all I have to say, and thank you for your time, and please consider this. Thank you.
York Shingle, followed by Shannon Jaffe and Jeff Sofro. I can't read the last name. Soto?
Probably Sofro. Good evening, board. My name is York Shingle, Santa Barbara Teachers Association president. As you're hearing from folks tonight, I want to just connect a through line from our 3-year-olds to our 18-year-olds. In elementary, we call them special classes, and in secondary, we call them electives. But what we're seeing across our system is a lack of support for arts, STEAM, music, languages other than English, and PE. In the elementary space, we made a financial commitment to specials last year, but then turned around and started treating our teachers horribly, withholding time guaranteed by the contract, and claiming to believe in equitable experiences across our district, but then refusing to give teachers the time that it'll take to actually do that. Please help us avoid wasting money on arbitration by pushing your district staff to honor our contract and not pick and choose who they believe it applies to. We see the lack of support in junior high by limiting electives and making teachers go above and beyond to keep their programs afloat. So we're pushing for a 7-period day. In the high school space, the elimination of course takes and telling students they can't take extra electives even after we move to an 8-period year is hurting our students.
20 seconds.
When we talk about preparing students for a future that is yet to be created, that means supporting their learning beyond the reading and math curriculums. Electives and specials aren't just enrichment, they give our learning and our lives meaning. Students from 3 years old to 18 years old deserve to have access to a full set of electives.
Thank you. Shannon Jaffe, Jeff Sofro, and Rebecca Butcher.
Hello, I'm here tonight to support visual art, music, PE, and STEAM teachers in receiving equal amounts of prep and PLC time, the same as our general education colleagues. My name's Shannon Jaffe. I'm a visual arts teacher. I've taught 19 years with Santa Barbara Unified. I've taught at Franklin, Monroe, the former Arts TOSA, and I'm presently teaching at Harding. While I can cite, list, and summarize every peer-reviewed study showing why arts, music, PE, and STEAM educators deserve the same amount of PLC and prep time as our general education colleagues, I want to speak to something deeper. The morale impact of having to fight for something so fundamental and so obvious. Having to bargain for the basic time required to plan, prepare, collaborate, and deliver meaningful instruction, time that every other teacher receives, tells us and everyone watching that the work of specialist educators is somehow less complex, less challenging, and less worthy of support. That message is heard loudly amongst our schools, our community, and that message takes a toll. The cost of arbitration is not just financial, it's emotional and professional. It's degrading to have to justify the existence and legitimacy of our work using the same data, research, and best practice evidence that every district leader knows. We are not asking for special treatment, we're asking for equal treatment, and the fact that we must defend this equality at all is the clearest sign of the morale problem facing educators in this district today. I also want to highlight the practical reality of what we do. If there's even one person in this room who knows how to adequately prep for 400 plus students per week across 5 disciplines in 45 minutes, I invite you to please stand up. We would genuinely love to schedule a professional development session with you. But before you volunteer, please know we have 45 minutes per week to do it, and it would take up all of our prep time. This is the lived reality of arts educators. What we need now is not more research citations or examples of what our job entails. We need equity, respect, and the professional time every teacher requires to do their job well. Thank you.
Jeff, is it Sofro?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I am Jeff Sofro, and this is my 29th year in the district. And I've been fortunate enough to be able to work at all 3 of the high schools at San Marcos and Dos Pueblos, and now currently at Santa Barbara High School. And I'm here to advocate on behalf of counselors and I think the role that we play is perhaps more critical now than it's ever been. So that 250 to 1 that the ASCA model calls for is what I'm here to advocate for. We help with graduation and 4-year plans and credit deficiency in summer school and how do you make up for credits when you are behind credits? A through G completion, career technical education pathways, college and career readiness, SBCC dual enrollment, college admission eligibility and testing, including AP exams and the SATs and the ACTs and accommodations for those exams. Not to mention all the social emotional support that we provide. A lot of times, nothing we do is in isolation, but we are a trusted adult for many of our students. And if they don't have a trusted adult, we help them find a trusted adult on our campus.
20 seconds.
And we know what resources are available, that we have a lot of resources available, but sometimes their students don't know how to access them, or their parents need help with accessing those resources. So keeping those caseload numbers down would be very much appreciated. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
For those who are waiting, we have a time certain presentation at 7 o'clock. We will get back to Rebecca and Joel Block and Bethany after this next presentation. Thanks.
Okay. That takes us to our time certain item, E2, Committee Addressing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence Report. And we have Mr. Vance coming up. Welcome.
Good evening, board, President Escobedo, Vice President Banning, and board members, and board member Vasquez and superintendent. I'm coming to you today to give the presentation specifically to launch the presentation for CABE to discuss and provide the report on the action plan that they have been developing over this start of the school year. And actually, it's connected to the multi-years of work that have been happening. Let's see, next slide. So one of the things I wanted to point out in particular, actually, we've added to the committee members. As you might remember, last year we passed a resolution, the board passed a resolution to really set in stone the committee and the work that we are doing. In particular, I wanted to identify those who are here tonight who will actually, who will actually be presenting. So we have Brianna Serrato, who's our junior high school parent representative. By the way, our chairperson is on her way. She's almost here. So I'm filling in for the time being. So that's Dr. Pettigrew, Michelle Pettigrew. And then we have specifically, I see Connie Alexander in the back here. She's our community representative. As well as we have Yucko, who's actually our student representative, one of the student representatives from DP High School. So we're thrilled that they're here tonight. And of course, we have representing the school board, Gabe Escobedo. So, all right, I will move us forward with the next slide. So I wanted to reiterate, we worked on and developed 3 specific goals. And one of the key elements of each goal is it's about strengthening and making things consistent across the board. So in particular, if you take a look at the first one, the goal regarding curriculum, we want to make sure that we're really affirming inclusive, rigorous learning and education that's tied to the culturally sustaining pedagogy, really linking that together and keeping it moving forward. As you know, ethnic studies has played a crucial role in that part, and so leveraging that as well. The second one, specifically focusing on a consistent and transparent responses to the race-related incidents that occur. So we want to make sure that is continuing, again, the work to move that forward and supporting those who did the harmed and who were harmed. The last one in particular has to do with our collaboration with community partnerships, deepening the collaboration with our families, community, and higher education. Let's see. Kemba's here though. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip Michelle's slide because I know that she was going to talk to this, and I'm going to move to this goal 2 with Ms. Serrano.
Hello again. All right. So as Steve mentioned, goal 2 is to strengthen accountability, restorative justice, and staff capacity. And these are our recommended key actions. Align data collection systems, the 3 R's, Safe to Speak, and UCP, to generate and share disaggregated reports by site, grade, and incident type for each school year, while still ensuring student privacy and data confidentiality. Clearly communicate to families and students the established protocols for repeat offenses and restorative responses, including the follow-up support available to those affected. And provide ongoing in-depth professional development in anti-racism and restorative practices for all staff, both certificated, classified, and substitutes. That goes beyond the asynchronous modules and includes repeated scenario-based learning opportunities. And Michelle is here, so if you want to go back one slide, that would be awesome.
Hello.
And Finn.
Yes. Mom life interrupts us all. Then you want to take a spot right up there? All right. Thanks, y'all, for adjusting to the realities of having too many things to do in one day. Okay, so I'm here to kind of share, obviously, in my role as chair of this committee, but also to highlight some of the ways that we've been partnering with work that's already happening, because we're very much committed to not just like reinventing a new thing every time, but really tapping into the really great work that's already happening in our city. So first, I want to start by highlighting the awesome work of Art Nelson, who is one of our committee members and leads the ethnic studies curriculum that we have in the 9 through 12 grades. And we really want to think about how can we, instead of having to like purchase like a brand new curriculum, since I know we have recently just bought Wit and Wisdom, how do we bring down the ethnic studies principles that we're already teaching our high school students into junior high and elementary school? Because as we see in a lot of the data from the kind of incident surveys that we receive, as well as the feedback we have from the surveys that kind of led to this committee existing, a lot of the anti-Black racism we witness kind of starts in 5th and 6th grade, really ramps up in middle school, and then tends to eventually lessen in some ways in high school. And that really does follow the same kind of bell curve of bullying in general, right? And so we're seeing that as bullying behaviors increase, we're also seeing anti-Black and other discriminatory behavior increase at the same time. And so we think that if we can proactively bring in education about people of different backgrounds into upper elementary in particular and into junior high, then we can really start being quite intentional about helping students understand why these things are important, why it's important to not just be colorblind, but in fact actually like know that, you know, just like, I don't know, a salad or a great stew, like all the parts matter. And in fact, we don't want them to all be the same, right? And so that's part of the initiatives that we're trying to push forward starting this year and then moving into future years. We also want to update and maintain the Black Excellence Instructional Resource List so that our amazing teachers who are already doing so much don't have to like individually do research to try to find things to add to their teaching, that there can be a resource available for them that is updated and timely and, you know, preferably can also include experiences the teachers have had using those texts. And then we can start building that as a resource so that as people are creating different lesson plans and activities for students using some of these texts, that then teachers are like, oh, great, I can use this work that's already been tried, as opposed to, again, feeling like I'm working in isolation doing this work. Next, we really want to be quite intentional about the professional learning around these sorts of topics, not just be about like how do we respond when bad things happen, though obviously that's important, but also like how are we making sure that people are like culturally responsive and educated and have like a joy-centered instruction, right? So it's not just like here's a couple of heroes we talk about during Black History Month, if we talk about them then, or like here's the like bad history of slavery and the Jim Crow, and that's really kind of all students get, if they even get that much. As we've noted, like some of that teaching of slavery doesn't even happen in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum, and like we in the past have had to like supplement that. So while there needs to be more Black history being taught in our schools in general, we want to make sure that it's not just history that is focusing on the negatives, that we're also thinking about what are the amazing things that Black folks have been doing, both locally and nationally. So I want to pause on locally. I want to do a shout out to Simona Keela Ruskamp and Healing Justice for the book that they've just put out about a living history in Black Santa Barbara. I brought a copy of the book that I'm going to Just sort of, yes, absolutely. That is worth a clap. Thanks, people in the back. Uh, so I brought a copy. I'm one of the editors, but like this was really just a joy to work on. And mostly I was just like, move a few commas and change a few spaces. They did a lot of the work on their own. But I was just going to hand it around, like, and hopefully it'll come back to me eventually. If it doesn't, I'm not super worried about it. I'll get another copy. But I just want people to actually be able to see it and hold it and like know that this is real. And we highly suggest that the district work to make sure that this exists in all the libraries, particularly in our elementary schools. Next, I wanted to just talk about being really intentional about the like district instructional leaders, site teams, community partners. There's lots of different kinds of people that are doing work here in the district. And sometimes, I mean, as happens in my work in academia, silos can occur and the left hand does not always know what the right hand is doing. And I think we just need to be more intentional about making sure that there are clear communication channels between the different instructional committees and the site teams, as well as the community partners like Healing Justice Santa Barbara, like Healing Space, like Gateway, who are doing a lot of this work to support the district in reaching our goals to make sure that Black students really do feel welcome and supported and, really held within our district, right? Which is something that we all know is something that like needs work. But I do think that we need to acknowledge that, for example, with like the BSUs and the counseling work that Healing Spaces is doing in our schools, like there is stuff happening on the ground. And I think there's just not been the best communication, both within the kind of district work, but also out to the community that this work is happening. So I do think that there's a lot of potential here for really just working with what is already actually happening and just updating and improving some of those things, particularly in this area. Now, obviously, there are some things that could be even better in the future, but in terms of like this year's goals, we really want to make sure that everything that is happening already is like supported and undergirded, particularly looping back up to the ethnic studies point. There have been concerns about ethnic studies staff being stretched and asked to do work outside of that specificity other than their regular teaching duties. And so there's a concern that if we're hoping to have them expand their work to other grades, that we need to make sure that the people who are already doing this work are like clearly both financially and emotionally supported in that work and feel that their workplace values what they're doing. And I, from talking to people who are part of the current ethnic studies work in the high school and people who are interested in piloting that in one of the local middle schools and one of the local elementary schools, there is a concern that while the like, yes, go do that is there, the like, here's what you need to do that is maybe lacking. So I just wanted to make sure we circle back to that. Awesome. I don't have. Great, thanks. So we did 2. And 3, I thought, well, come on back. Great. Glad you're here. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Okay.
Good evening, board. As a member of the committee, I'm here to kind of affirm the work that we want to focus on with building closer community partnerships. And so, first of all, to help and to amplify the fact that how you streamline the building and the capacity through MOUs, through that work, so that organizations don't wait, right? They don't wait. They're here to do the work, and we don't need to sit around for 8 months to wait for a document, right? So, and then expanding those partnerships between the BSUs and the HBCUs that we help remember that there are so many people in this community that can be a resource. So, I hear a lot of burden here this evening, and I think to myself, how can we help? Well, we can help by you tapping into the resources that already exist here within the community. So if you need more people to help with ethnic studies, guess what? There's a whole bunch of community members that have already said to me, we'll come, we'll be speakers, and you don't even have to pay us. We'll just come, right? So there's things that can happen that increase the recruitment and retention of the few Black educators that you do have. We'd love to see at some point that we have Black counselors, that we have counselors that can do that culturally relative work. We often hear back from students that they mention HBCUs and their counselors say, I don't know what that is. I don't have any experience with that. And it kind of goes on. And so if they need support in understanding what those HBCUs look like, then look to the community, right? Because there's quite a few people who have attended an HBCU that could come in, could have that conversation with the career counselors about what's there. And then finally, hosting some family forums each year so that specifically families know that this is a time that they can kind of come hear information that might be really specific to their needs, what they've been looking for, and help guide those decisions, and that you work more closely with trusted community partners to help you with that. Because if we call, they'll probably show up. As you build your relationships and you build the trust back, maybe they'll show up more. But one of the things we know why people don't show up is that there's not a sense of trust. And so your community partners are here, and we have that trust. They do trust community partners. So being able to look forward to those kind of forums for families, be it everything from special education resources, all those things that is trusted community partners, we can work with you on, right? So I'm looking forward to this particular part expanding for this committee. Thank you for keeping this committee high, right? Thank you for keeping it. And thank you, Gabe Escobedo, for the work that he's doing on the committee as well. So yeah, so that's where we end with slide 3.
I just wanted to add that I'm so grateful that we went with the decision that we decided last spring and to invite high school students into the committee. Gabe can certainly attest that being able to actually listen to the voices of Black students who are currently in our schools is just instrumental to the work that we're doing. I certainly am around young people all the time at work, and that is a constant reminder that I am not a young person anymore. And so, like, I don't want to be that adult that's like, I know what you need without asking what young people need, right? And so it is always incredibly helpful to have their presence, including some of our members here tonight. And so I just wanted to make sure that did you guys get a chance to stand up and be recognized for being part of our committee? Okay. Kim was like, no, I'm good, girl. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I don't want people to be missed. So I wanted to just make sure that that was really clear and that we've been really valuing their presence in the committee. So anyway, just want to make sure we're open to any questions from the board and elsewise.
Thank you. We'll do the public comment first, and then we'll come back for questions and comments for
Sounds
the
good.
committee. Thank you. So, Mr. Banning, any public comment for this item?
We have several comments. We'll start. Oh, virtual first. These two? Okay. All right. So first is Kim Paskovitz and Brooke Abbott Abron and Barbara Parmit. Is Kim available?
Good evening, board members. I'm here to voice my support of the committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence. Their work is vital, and our Black students deserve a district that fully supports their academic success, their well-being, and their safety. We would like to see meaningful action, not statements. This includes culturally relevant and ongoing training for all staff and faculty, a stronger, timely, and transparent response to racial incidents with accountability, targeted academic support and improvement efforts for Black students who continue to experience disproportionate barriers in our district. Tonight, we would like to know, how do you as board members plan to address the racial inequities that continue to harm Black students? And what concrete steps will you take to ensure Black students are safe emotionally, culturally, and physically on every campus in this district? This committee has put forward clear priorities. The community is ready to partner, but we need you as board members to lead with urgency, intention, and courage. Our Black students should not have to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brooke Abbott Abron.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Abbott Abron, and I'm a proud parent of a Black 10th grader at Dos Pueblos High School. He's a student who pours his heart into theater, BSU, mock trial, and speech and debate. He shows up for the school community every single day, and I'm here because I need this district to show up for students like him too. In addition to being a mother, I'm also a health equity advocate, and I know firsthand that cultural competency isn't just nice to have, but that it directly impacts the overall wellness, confidence, and safety of our children. When students feel understood and valued, they thrive. I'm here tonight in full support of the committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence, and as a mom who simply wants her child and every child in this district to feel safe, supported, and truly seen. We need real intentional action, culturally relevant training for staff, stronger and more accountable responses to racial incidents, meaningful academic support, and counseling that understands the lived experiences of our incredible kids and some of the intricate ideas that they may have for their future. So I'm asking that the district create a clear, transparent plan to address these racial inequities and to create a clear plan on how you will ensure that Black students are truly safe in our schools and execute that plan as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next virtual comment is Barbara Parmet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear us? Hello?
Now, can you hear me?
We've got you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm part of Ethnic Studies Now. We've been supporting Art Nelson and the Ethnic Studies teachers in the district for many years. And I'd like to take a moment to support the very important work of Cobway. And as community partner in support of this committee, their action plan, I want to emphasize the need for culturally relevant trainings for staff and faculty. It is especially important to emphasize how these trainings must be for all staff, such as counselors, cafeteria workers, janitors, and all personnel who interact with students. Dealing with racial incidents is not just for teachers, students, and principals. Everyone on campus must know how to respond better to inappropriate actions and speech. As part of your accountability in the district, it is clear there needs to be a culturally sustaining curriculum and instruction emphasizing restorative justice. Ultimately, we must see academic improvement for Black students, along with better counseling and guidance to support them along with their families. Again, I appreciate the work of Cobway and support their demands to keep Black students safe in their learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to in-person comments. We'll start with Leandra Shalhoub, followed by Shannon Richu, and Yeko. It starts with a B. Say? Baletta. Okay. So we'll start with Leandra Shalhoub here. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Per usual, I had a whole bunch of stuff written down when I was preparing to come up here. But first and foremost, thank you, committee, for all of your work. It's amazing. 4 years ago, our district had a really, really bad year. And my 7th grader went through, I think our whole community went through a really tough time with what was happening at our junior highs. And we begged and we hollered and we asked you guys to make changes. My 7th grader is now an 11th grader. I think what the committee said about using the community and putting intention behind your actions is the most important thing to do right now. Please make some changes before my kid graduates. He's a year and some change away from graduating now, and nothing's happened. Don't reach out of town. Don't go, pay to have surveys done and all of that. You guys have all of the proof right here in the community. Reach out to the people that know what the kids need and do something, please.
Thank you. Shannon, is the last name Ritchie? Ritchie, okay.
The fact that our students do not commonly see other teens that look like them in classrooms around campus, it makes it even more pressing matter for our teachers, staff, all of our school community, schools, everyone who runs our schools, to be trained and up to date with Black culture and how to properly approach issues revolving around race and adversity. It is of the utmost importance that everyone involved in education revise this training, not just for the benefit of people of being able to connect with and address students with understanding, but so that the students themselves feel safe, the parents feel safe, and while getting their education. Too many incidents of racial bias and hate crimes from other kids and ignorant staff members have been ignored. Unconscious hair touching and comments like "your name is so exotic," to name a few, lead Black youth to feel isolated and treated as a commodity due to their underrepresentation in schools, rather than another student there trying to learn and keep their love of learning. Responses to racial incidents need to be further looked into than a simple "I won't say the N-word again." Students in our schools need to feel like they can report an incident. A parent needs to feel like they can report an incident or ask for help, knowing that action will be taken to improve their experiences at school, as well as their peers to feel safe to report these incidents and be their friends. There must also be an increase in representation in the daily curriculum. Through this slowly improving, there has been an issue. This is hard to do. There has been an issue for years, many years, with the proper representation outside of Black History Month, if it is spoken on. And even then, it is the same repeated material used every year. I'm talking about expansive. I'm talking about this book here, where we all came from and how we love each other. It is detrimental that our kids see representation in the classroom, but also for non-Black students, for them to see that African Americans have contributed so much to this world outside of slavery and the peanut. Their awareness and knowledge will help them. It will help everyone. My question for the school board is, how do you intend on requiring students to go through culturally relevant training, and how will you make sure those are followed through in schools?
Thank you.
That's it. Okay.
We've gone a little bit over.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone. I see there are some teachers here. I want to thank everyone. There's people that work in this building. I recognize all of you who have supported my child, who have supported me. So I'm saying this with gratitude, but I am saying this with sincerity.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Yeko Bolete, is that right? And excuse me?
I'd like to state that my name is Yiko. So yeah.
Yiko.
Yes.
Okay.
Cowboy has helped me be able to properly express my concerns regarding the well-being of Black students in the district. I find that it's extremely concerning that I hear on a regular basis about incidents where students are harassed and called names and and are being told these microaggressions and being told these awful, awful things. And when I tell students, well, why don't you just tell your counselor? They say, well, my counselor asks me, well, what did you say to them? And well, what did you do to them first? Because they must have done something to you to provoke them. Because you must have done something to them. I find that it's extremely concerning that we don't have Black teachers or Black counselors to look to in times of need and in times that racist actions have been taken against Black students. And I believe that being on this council will be able to help Black students in the district have a voice and be able to be heard better than students are heard without this council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bolete, and is it Woobit with a B W? Woobit, okay. Bolete Woobit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very, very hard to hear this from a student who happened to be my child. And I I don't know how to express this burden, but I'm sure we're here looking at to solve these problems and to give students a better opportunity and make it work for everyone. I teach PE in the Goleta Valley School District. And I heard a lot of speakers coming here speaking about PE, STEAM, music, to address the concerns for all students. And I have the same heavy heart for that. And I hope you work to address those things. But today, as I came up here, I'm here to support this committee for advancing the Black achievement and wellness and excellence. And I look forward for you to address these issues. You are preparing students for the world yet to be created. And I hope and pray you are working very hard to create equal opportunities for all of our students. First, addressing this racial inequality in education, creating a better response for racial incidents, providing cultural relevant training for staff. That training is key because it's not without the training, the status quo is not going to solve this problem. It has to be professional training. And in lots of these incidents happening, but not the first, the second time, it's being gone on. I have another student who went to college, who graduated from Dos Pablos, and their friends, I talked to them. It is very sad to hear what the schools respond is when they go ask for help.
About 20
Therefore,
seconds.
they do not go no more. And we believe you are working to solve this and to bring solutions. And in order to make these students get accurate counseling and guidance, the counselors has to understand the students, their background, their culture. And that is very important. I understand there's a lot of pushback today from every direction. And going back from the progress we have come.
Thank
Yet,
you.
our faith is in our local government to do the right thing. And I
Thank
I
you.
am very happy for this opportunity to speak. And I understand your efforts to prepare our students for the future. I appreciate that. And I hope you are envisioning a fair
Thank
and
you.
just world for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are Connie Alexander, Shola Sadaya, and Cressida Silvers.
Well, I'm back. My comments that I addressed to you tonight are as the president of the Santa Barbara NAACP. And within this, I am so glad that you could hear the families first, because I want you, and I know because I see your faces right now that you feel some of this, but I want you to feel it deep enough that you make action, right? That you feel this deep enough that you start to build relationships. So my comments right now to you are about that very thing, how you as a district build relationships within this community. Long lasting change and evolution and revolution comes through relationships. And so the invitation is there for you to participate, and to participate beyond just photo ops and things like that, but real sit down relationships. As things come to the community and invitations are made, show up. Show up. The Black Youth Summit happened in August, and all the other school districts were there and you weren't. And we felt that. We felt that. And it was a day that I think you had a board study session, but it didn't impair sending principals, sending other people to see the other districts, send those people and see the relationships that were starting to form because they were in the same space. So the invitation is there for you to come and to participate. I have one question that I want you to answer at some point to bring back. And it's about because there's a lot of data, we talk about data, sometimes ad nauseum about the data. But my question is, our question is, NAACP, please answer this question for us at some point. What percentage of complaints that are made by these students and families come back as we cannot substantiate your claim? We cannot substantiate your complaint. I want to know that number. You know how many complaints you get. So tell us how many of those come back, because that's where the trust gets broken. That's when people come to me and say, Miss Connie, I'm tired of complaining. I'm tired of bringing these, because it keeps coming back the same thing, the same words. So then you just stop. Students say, I'm not going to go tell them that they're calling me the N-word every day. Why? It just stops. The 3 R's are out there, but is anybody using them? And what percentage of that comes through that people and kids are using them? So finally, I want to say that we are, as a community, just like you, wanting all of our students to thrive, not just survive. So we are going to move these students past survival, and we're going to get to the place where we thrive. But we have to do it together, and we have to do it in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Shola Sodaya.
Sodia. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I want to just follow up on what Ms. Connie just shared. I will introduce myself, but I'm a psychologist. I work with young people a lot. I work with families a lot. And when it comes to trauma, specifically racial trauma, but any form of trauma, I also have a little one. So trauma happens, right? Like we all experience bad things in life, but trauma, right? The kind that people can't get through, the kind that really disadvantages them. It happens not when bad things happen, but when bad things happen, they happen repeatedly and no one does anything, right? Young people, they experience trauma when no one supports them or they perceive that people don't actually care about what's happening to them. That's really important, right? And so I'm hearing and constantly hear that what our families are asking, what our young people are asking is that you actually demonstrate that you care. My name is Dr. Shola Shodia. I'm an assistant professor of counseling and clinical psychology at UC Santa Barbara. I am also the director of Healing Space and Alma, two training clinics that are really in response to a whole bunch of racial trauma that our children and families are experiencing. I train young people to support, I train not young people, doctoral students to support the mental and behavioral health needs of our children and our families. I'm not from here. I've only been here 3 years, and I have been amazed at how much need is really there and how much trauma, racial trauma, our families and our young people are experiencing. To give you a context of why the Healing Space exists, yesterday I did a search looking for my own therapist, and there were three within 50 miles, 3 Black therapists within 50 miles of Santa Barbara County. Not the city of Santa Barbara, but Santa Barbara County, all the way out to Ventura and Oxnard. Only 3, right? So the work that we do is to support again, the mental and behavioral health needs of the folks who live in this community and who are really suffering. I'm sure that you can hear in the voices. I am tearing up thinking about my own 3-year-old who I have chosen to bring here. I don't want him to come to the schools in this district until y'all have figured this out. I refuse to have the sunshine and the joy taken out of his spirit, right, until y'all figure this out. Every single day, every single week, am presented with more families that are really navigating, how do I help my children? My job directing the Healing Space is only 15% of my role as a research tenure track faculty, and I spend more than 50, sometimes 60% responding to the needs of family members, responding to the needs of young people. They are often in my home, right, because of what they are experiencing. And so I am asking, that you make it clear on how you intend to address the racial disparities that are present, right? We've been bringing it up. We just ask that you really take it seriously. I am here. We are, so many of us are here to help. Please follow through with what you say that you're going to do. Follow through with what the programs that you have, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cressida Silvers. And then we have Julius, last name starts with an A. That's the last of the comments. Cressida, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Cressida Silvers. I'm a parent at San Marcos, and I'm here to show support, of course, for the committee dedicated to combating anti-Blackness and advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence in our schools. We know that a student's ability to learn is deeply affected by their sense of safety and belonging, and we're seeing that reflected in the district's data. When Black students are exposed to constant racial slurs day in and day out, whether the intention is playful or musical or lyrical or not, it can create an environment of stress, anxiety, and isolation every day. It can have real and lasting impacts, lifelong, on confidence, participation, academic performance, and overall school experience. And when students don't see the grown-ups around them interrupting it, the way they might interrupt, say, a constant barrage of F-bombs, for example, or any other type of bullying, and their families' complaints and requests for change go unheeded, gaslit, or lost year after year, generation after generation, It crushes trust in our district and its people. It drains any interest in investing in or participating in our schools. So when you look around and you ask, why aren't these families here at these meetings? Now you know. So thank you for creating this committee and for including Black and African American parents, students, staff, and community members. And a big thank you, of course, to all of you who are serving on the committee. But you do need to get your San Marcos student rep on board. Thank you for your continued support for the committee and for listening to the committee's action plan tonight. Please know that the community is watching and we're anxious to see concrete, impactful implementation. This is an educational equity issue. It's also just a basic humanity, an issue of basic humanity towards one another. I have just a few more seconds here. I just want to add kind of off the cuff that I want to also uplift what was said by committee members and some speakers earlier, that the actions that this committee are pursuing will benefit all of us. Okay, this isn't just about the Black and African American students. These things will benefit everyone. You know, as a I'm white and my kids are white. I attended through high school. I attended mostly Black schools and I had Black teachers, I had Black counselors, I had Black principals, and I consider that really you know, I'm very proud of that and how it formed me. I really think that had a big impact on who I am today. I'm really proud of it. Anyway, and I grieve for my kids that they the absolute deficit that we have in that respect here. So anyway, I believe everyone will benefit when everyone is well served.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julius? Julius, will you tell us your last name?
Orúkọ mi jẹ́ Julius Oluwadolapo Abanise.
All right.
I just said in Yoruba.
Thank you.
An African language, Western Africa, which was carved up. We call it Nigeria now. My name is Julius Oluwadolapo Abanise. Chair, members of the board. On orders, I rise in support of the committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence, otherwise known as CABAWay. I also want to express my sincere gratitude for your board's steadfast support for Black students and justice. To the CABAWay committee, many of whom are here, thank you. Thank you for your hard work, dedication, and perseverance. The seeds you are planting today are the future of our society. As Africans, we stand on the broad shoulders and supreme intellect of our ancestors. At a time when many are preoccupied and fearful and anticipatorily complying with executive orders, let the call go forth to friend and foe alike that we follow ancestral orders, which are to appreciate the humanity of everyone. Desde Gaza a los barrios de Los Angeles, from Ferguson to Venezuela, all human beings have value. Another ancestral order: do the right thing because it is right. Board, you've heard from the community. Now it is time for you to do the right thing. Now, the urgency of now. What are these things? Provide the resources necessary for Black achievement. I'll repeat. Provide the resources necessary for Black achievement.
The time for studies, committees, words is over. The time for action is now. Provide culturally relevant curriculum that centers the deep and rich African history and culture and not just the trauma. Provide resources and training to teachers and staff to enhance their cultural competence. Hire Black teachers and staff. Hire Black teachers and staff. Hire Black teachers and staff. The problems we have heard today are not new. They are decades old. They are centuries in the making, born in settler colonialism, Eurocentrism, and racism. It is time to follow ancestral orders. Now. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll turn it back to the board for questions and then comments. Board, do you have any questions? Ms. Caffrey?
Thank you very much to everyone who has served on this committee and also for all of your public comments. My question is, if you have specific recommendations on how we strengthen partnerships with the community.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be the expert that Connie is, but I can say briefly, pay them on time, right? We had a meeting at the end of the last cycle where it was very clear that there were huge gaps in the processes. And of course, we now have a new person in the role of like lead for finances. They came to our retreat and kind of talked us through some of the changes they're hoping to make. So we are marginally hopeful that things will be better. But I think that part of it is that we cannot, particularly of Black people, expect unpaid labor. So you need to pay folks on time for one, but then also to like consistently be in community and conversation with them. Like don't just hire them as if they're the help to take care of things you don't want to do, but like actually make sure that you're using them as the like super valued resources that they are. And then I would say also to show up, to echo what Connie was saying, to actually be at the events. I was at the Black is Beautiful Gala and I didn't see anybody from the district there. I'm not including like teachers and whatnot, but like leadership from the district. I didn't see people there. And so I think there really is a lack of presence at the community's events. So if we're expecting them to do above and beyond what their actual labor is supposed to be, then we need to see y'all at least showing up and trying to be in conversation with us. Yeah.
Hold on. Can you speak in the mic? Sorry. Just so that the people online can hear.
Sorry, semi-sleeping child in my lap. One of the things that we also discussed at our mini retreat, and thank you to Conrad Tedeschi, the new CBO, one of those acronyms. For him coming, we had a really good dialogue about concerns of not only of the vendors not getting paid, but also what I've and others have made public comment about before of the vendor and contract process being different depending on who they are working with, and specifically talking about Healing Justice, how they kept going through multiple hoops despite being a return vendor, and then being told that it would be this and then it wouldn't, and it kept getting pushed off, and their services weren't being able to start at the beginning of the school year because of that, compared to other contracts that may not have been fully vetted properly, at least looking that way, being pushed through. So we talked with Conrad about suggestions on how to try to streamline that process, and he was already looking into that in the new role, and so we just encourage the board to continue with that momentum as well.
Other questions, Mr. Vasquez? And then we'll go to Dr. Beal.
I had a quick question.
about whether the committee works with BSUs on campus because I just think that, I mean, it would be beneficial, especially for something like getting the book that you were talking about out to students, just having, that people on campus.
I'm going to bring up Dr. Wilson to discuss it specifically.
Hi, yes. So that is part of the MOU with Healing Justice that we have recently approved, and that work is occurring on our high school campuses. And there is support for the BSUs as well as field trips that they're supporting with. So those are all actively in motion right now in our partnership with Healing Justice.
Dr. Beal.
Okay, can you hear me
Yes.
clearly? Okay, so I will actually tack on a question from a student board member Vasquez, but I also have my own question. So about the book that was mentioned, it does sound like there's a lot of work being done with Black students with field trips and support with the BSU, but I wonder if his question is actually a little broader for all the students at the schools. Are they being given the exposure to this literature? And, so it's just not a siloed process for, a group of students, that there is a bigger conversation that needs to be had. And having this book be in the libraries or having it be featured on medias, on the media pathways that are at the different schools, that might be another way of just really saying this is not just a thing we do for a group of students. This is something we all do together. So I'll just kind of tack on. My question is specifically about a professional development. As you know, I joined the board a year and a half ago, and the ethnic studies process had already been in place. And I'm happy to say that we continue to progress with that, and we are supporting it as much as we can within the current atmosphere. But the question about professional development, I hear that from the speakers that speak to us tonight. And I know that when we had a presentation some time ago, Dr. Pettigrew and I met, and she did ask for access to the professional development modules and did receive that. But as a board member, I would want to know what is the process now to have Cobway work with our professional development that actually specifically works with our staff representatives, because we also hear another conversation about professional development not meeting the needs that are needed, right? So there needs to be a conversation, I believe, between all of these people involved in professional development and saying what is effective and what will work for our staff, our students, everybody. So maybe my question really is for Dr. Pettigrew. Are you hearing that the professional development is appropriate and is effective?
Hi, Dr. Beal, it's good to see you again. So yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm hearing the opposite, that the training is pretty similar to what I experience as a faculty member, where it's like here's a little video, here's some little modules, you click, 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 you're usually multitasking at the same time. And so there's not really a lot of like deep engagement. And I think especially around issues of race, like, I mean, I know we're all saying cultural competency because we're like stepping around the word race, but like it's the issue is race in this particular situation, right? And folks get uncomfortable talking about that, and unless the professional development like explicitly addresses some of the deficits of knowledge that are in our staff community, and explicitly addresses both like the research that we have in academia around like how do folks who normally don't know the stuff already, like people who aren't already ethnic studies professors, how do they feel comfortable doing this kind of work? We know that it's not just through trainings, but it's also through repeated opportunity to meet with their peers to discuss how they've tried doing these things. Has it worked? Has it not worked? What suggestions do people have? And learning from each other over time. We find that these kind of one and done sorts of trainings just don't actually help people feel more confident to address these things, because it is intimidating to like talk about race in a society that even before our current situation has had a long history of trying to pretend that this is not an issue. And so we do need to like have staff have repeated opportunities to feel more confident addressing these things appropriately. I do also want to, acknowledge that to the issue of training, there, it really does need to be comprehensive, right? There have been incidences just this school year where staff were on campus and they were the perpetrators of microaggressions, right? Which should not be happening in our schools. And so there does need to be explicit training that's not just here's how to do the 3 R's, here's what responding looks like. There needs to be more in-depth training than that. And so we have been in conversation as a committee about that, but we have not had the opportunity to actually speak to the professional development teams within the district. And so we would hope to be able to have that opportunity sometime this academic year.
Thank you for that response. I think this is going to veer a little bit into comment, but it's also a question. And that question really is can we have a session of Cobway dedicated to that conversation with the relevant people who might be involved?
Yeah, I think that would be really great. I know that we're already planning to have some of the superintendents like Kenya and others come to our January meeting. We're going to have 45 minutes per each person to kind of address the issues that fall under their purview. So we can certainly add to our February and March sessions to have one of those be dedicated specifically to the training. Thanks.
Thank you again. I think that is, I always have lots of questions, but I think this is the important one, and I'll maybe in my comments say some other things.
Dr. Maldonado, you wanted to add on to some of the discussion?
I just want to clarify, and I'm glad to hear they're coming in January, because I think we're talking about professional development, which means several things with several different offices. There's the mandated human resources video, which I would agree with you could be done much better. And then there's the other modules. So there's lots of different levels of professional development at different parts of the system. So just even hearing this conversation helps me realize that we need to clean up explaining all the different layers so that when we say it all in one umbrella, it just sounds like it's one thing, but it's actually different layers. So I'm hoping that when our staff comes to see you, we can also help clarify not only for you, but for the public and the board and our staff. Thank you.
Additional questions, Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I do have a question. I appreciate everyone being here and telling us how we can improve. I certainly agree with the trauma, in terms of the trauma, and appreciate that conversation and how, thinking of your own children, thinking of the children of the community, thinking of, this happening again and again. I certainly have a concern when a student is asked, without being there, what did you do to cause this? Because obviously, it shouldn't be happening in the first place. I have attended in the past the workshops, at City College, and really learned from those. So I would want to know, if our Healing Space director would be available to be part of the conversation in terms of trainings for staff. Thank you.
Additional questions from the board? Mr. Banning?
The question I had was related to Goal 2 and the ongoing in-depth professional development. I think it was addressed in part by Dr. Maldonado's statements, and I'll be watching for the responses there. Thank you.
Any other additional questions? Okay. My question is maybe for Mr. Vance. And what is most helpful to get from the board? We have some recommendations before us under the 3 goals. We heard some of it through the presentation, some of it through the public comment. What is helpful for you and staff at large to hear from the board? Is it a prioritization of these? Is it the items in which we support? what is most helpful? Because we're not voting on this. This is just a discussion and a report topic. As you think about the work effort, looking ahead, working with CABA, what is most helpful?
I would say there are two parts to that. So the first part is just knowing that we have the board's full support behind the work that's ahead of us and the work that we continue to do. So, so that would be the first part. The second part is just to be aware that we have been talking in terms of bringing first the draft of what the plan is, and then the second part is bringing each of the leadership into the meeting to have the discussion regarding the plan. And it would be three parts of that, and specifically, so it's what are the things that we are currently doing? What are the things that we need to address and move forward right away? What can we do? Where's the next entry point and to move forward with it? And then, as we know, there are a couple things that will take more time to do. So it's actually just figuring out when we're going to launch the different actions there. And again, it takes it's a team effort. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back to the board for comments. Who would like to go first? Ms. Caffrey.
So my comment would be, I feel like this segues very well with our governance workshop that we had recently. We had a special meeting on governance, and we talked about how we could potentially, and President Escobedo is going to reach out to a governance coach, but how do we ensure accountability and progress as a board? So I think that this is exactly what Kabwe is asking, and that having clear structures for the board of goals, a few measurable goals for our district, and then how do we monitor progress? And how do we spend 50% of our time every meeting making sure we're progressing on our goals? So it seemed like we're going to find out more about that. But I think for us to really ensure progress, we need more than just a plan. We need clear goals that everybody knows, and ways to monitor progress that the board can say, are these things happening? And if not, what else do we need to do? And have that as part of our board calendar. So that would kind of be my, this seems to be really kind of the way the board is moving, to get some help to ensure more, clear use of time and accountability. So that, I don't want to speak for the whole board, but in our session on governance, we had a discussion of how do we use our time and agendas as impactfully as possible. And I don't think that session was filmed, but the model that we were potentially talking about is called the Empowered School Board Governance Model, and might be worth looking into, so we're on the same page. Yeah.
Thank you. Additional comments? Dr. Beal? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. So in listening to the presentation as well as the comments, and the comments were such an interesting counterpoint to the presentation, because the presentation was informational and aspirational, and then what I heard from the comments is what might be falling short. And so when I listen to all this, I think of two things. I think of what we want to happen and what we think we can do. And Board Member Caffrey alluded to the fact that we are trying to set up systems as a board for governance. But aside from that, the idea of accountability is something that we can practice right now. And so maybe one of the things that I would say for everybody in the room is there is accountability on all sides. So what I would like to hear from Kabwe in the future is that we have an accountability dashboard that you are maintaining for us, saying this is what you have promised us and this is what is happening. And that should be part of the discussion we have at every meeting. For example, if we say professional development, that there needs to be a discussion, and we're meeting in January, and that discussion happened and progress was made, because I think we can do that. So one of the things I did here was the lack of representation within our staff. And I had a very interesting conversation with a board member, Munoz, several months ago about the change in the neighborhoods and demographics in Santa Barbara. And it makes me very sad because as a person of ethnicity, I love a lot about Santa Barbara, but diversity is maybe not the thing that keeps me in town, right? And so this is a difficult question. And so when I hear at a board meeting that we need to be hiring more Black instructors, more Black staff, I think of two things. The first thing is the climate has to be good so that people want to work for our district. So that is something we can do. Can we bring more Black instructors to Santa Barbara? That question is unclear in my mind because of all the other things going on in the world today. But what we can do is we can make the climate welcoming. And so as our roles as board members, district staff, CABWA, let's have an accountability dashboard and really work on the things that we can change now and keep a dashboard for the things we want to happen. And I think they will all, in the end, move in the right direction. But that's a conversation I want to have. I want to have what we can do immediately. And I think that will help with the other goals. And so that is what the comment I make. I think we all need an accountability dashboard that we're all contributing to. And we should actually, it should be something physically that we look at every meeting. So a list of priorities, and maybe at the top of the list, not necessarily the most aspirational things, but the things that we can actually accomplish right now.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. All right, so this is about also I heard a lot about the culturally relevant trainings and having, people who are already passionate about this and, do this for free, right? Directed towards staff. And I was wondering if, I don't know, maybe directing those community resources not only to staff, but then also to students. So whether that's speakers, presentations, stuff like that. I remember I received a presentation on the R word and its implications in, maybe first or second grade, and it still sticks with me today. I can completely remember it, and I think that gets to the idea of just like the earlier the better, and that early intervention with these kind of with these people who are willing to do that, and so taking advantage of that, and then potentially following those up with spreading awareness of what we have, the incident reporting services like the 3 R's. And so I think a combination of the two, especially early on, could be super impactful.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz? Mr. Banning?
I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you to the members of the committee that are here and the community members that are here, parents, individuals, and groups. The representation, as we heard from each of the speakers, covered a wide range of topics. And I think one of the constant things I'm hearing from my fellow board members is the idea of continuity and planning. And one of the things I want to think about in terms of goals is that in the circumstances here, we need a structure that will be flexible and adaptable. I don't think it's ever something that's going to be, here it is, it's done. I think it's going to evolve over time, and I hope in the right directions quickly, but I imagine there'll be setbacks. There'll be things that work and things that don't. And what I'm suggesting is, and appreciating about what I've seen from this committee, close to 3 years ago when I first came onto the board, when it was still just starting, that things are moving and things are happening, but we can't create a format or an identity that is just, here it is, this is what it is. It has to be adaptive. And we're hearing from board members and community that there's certainly the reason for that. So thank you for what has been accomplished, for letting us know what isn't accomplished, and for maintaining an environment with us that allows us to have a an adaptable kind of format for moving forward.
Thank you. I will go then. I think everyone else is gone. So as always, just thank you to the committee for everyone involved and being a part of those discussions and being able to witness just how much expertise, how much perspective, particularly from our students. I think what was really enlightening for me for that first, it was the retreat day when we first had the students there. It was that we need to go out and center the students more in these conversations. I think and we heard it here tonight by Yiko, it's like that perspective and just the honesty and just like the deep practicalness too of some of the feedback that we got was really, really helpful for me. It was enlightening. And I think definitely supporting our BSUs and our BSAs on campus. We do need to get our San Marcos rep on CABA. I want to focus on some of the recommendations here tonight because obviously I think you heard it from the board. For Mr. Vance, he said it would be helpful to hear about where the board is, and I heard support about what CABA is doing. So we have that. I also want to uplift some of the things that we've had in conversation on the committee around things like the complaint process, and sometimes the feeling that it goes into, we know that this isn't the case, but it goes into a black hole, and the perception is like what is happening, and there's not that communication throughout. And then we heard about from Miss Alexander about the unsubstantiated claims and this feeling of just why even report it if nothing's going to happen. And I know we have restrictions on what we can and can't report. Everyone has acknowledged that. We understand that. But there has to be a way, and I believe that there is, and there has been some discussion about ways that we can do this, where we do report what's happening without violating a student's privacy, where we talk about what we are actually doing with the information. Because even if you have an unsubstantiated claim, it's not to say that you can't do anything, that there isn't something that isn't giving us some indication about what is happening, the culture of some of our schools. So I think there's that piece. I think we heard some about communication and communicating about, yes, what we're doing, communicating about events, communicating about resources. I look at, I believe we received an award for our ethnic studies program that we're going to receive in a couple of weeks. We need to continue to support ethnic studies, and we're going to have to continue to work through our budget issues as a district. And for me, when I'm looking at linking initiatives, right? We hear about it. It's part of MTSS. It's what we do. It's a through line through all of our initiatives. When I think about ethnic studies, it's one of the things that the students had recognized in that retreat. There is definitely a link between ethnic studies and the work of combating anti-Blackness and uplifting Black achievement. So when I see this recommendation of integrating and structurally supporting ethnic studies across the K-12 curriculum, that means, to Mr. Vasquez's point, at young ages, in elementaries, in junior highs, it means protecting the staff that we have. It means investing in our staff that we have, protecting their time, so that when we have additional duties, we're not taking away from those staff's time who they are going to be asked to do more and more if we're going to be expanding ethnic studies throughout our school system. I look at something like in Goal 2 in the professional development. The modules are great for establishing common language, for exposing people to principles and ideas that they have never experienced before, but that is it. It needs to go to the next level where we talk about students having trusted adults on campus. Our adults need to have trusted adults on campus that they can talk to about these things. They can work through these situations that come up, that when they respond, and they may not respond the best way possible in that situation, they have someone trusted who can give them that crucial feedback about how to do better next time. This is how we build systems and structure change for our district, because we have, I bet if you ask staff and teachers and they felt safe enough to be honest with you, we have a lot of well-meaning people in our district that want to do the right thing, but may not be equipped with the tools or the experience, or they're afraid of making a mistake. And what we're trying to do is build capacity amongst all of ourselves on how do we provide the best school system possible for all of our students. And I believe it was Miss Silvers that said, this isn't just good for our Black students. This is good for all of our students. It's not just good for our Black staff. It's good for all of our staff. So I look at these and they're very practical. And I want to say, beyond just like we support the work of CABA, it's now time to start putting these into practice. And we have, right? We talked about it from the beginning of the work. There's low-hanging fruit. We got a lot of the low-hanging fruit, and now it's time to dig in and really start to build on the structural things that need to happen. That includes recruitment and retention. I hate to always bring this up because I'm always going to get pegged with it, but we're investing in housing. And one of the biggest like prohibitive things that we have going on in Santa Barbara is cost of living. That housing can be a recruitment tool to bring teachers and staff here to work in our district. Dr. Beal is completely right. Focusing on the culture and making sure that it is as inclusive and people want to work here. But this is the work and we have it in front of us. And so obviously I'm going to be a part of the work, but it's to say that I heard today that you have the board support as we work to develop a plan as we are implementing these things. I would love for CABA to be involved with, if it's not called professional development, it's building out this next layer of opportunity and professional development on anti-racism and restorative practices for our staff and our teachers, that CABA gets an opportunity to weigh in on that, to provide feedback. I think that's something that is relatively low-hanging fruit as we think about how we're going to support our teachers and staff. So I heard tonight support. I look forward to being a part of the work, but more than anything, just thank you all, because this work does not happen without you all, and it comes with a great degree of accountability. And I appreciate the fact that you all have held us accountable. So thank you. Thank you. Okay. So with that, thank you all for being here. Have a good night, or you can stick around and listen to yeah. Finn looks like he could use a nap. So we are going to, let's finish out general public comment, and then we will take a break before returning to our business. So I will turn it over to Mr. Banning.
Well, I understand. Sandra, we have virtual commenters here that we're waiting. Okay, so let's start with them. That's going to be Shannon Curtis and Michelle Lotze. And then when we get to live, we'll start with Rebecca, Joel Block, Bethany Guarena, if they're still here. Yeah, we're going to do virtual. So this is Shannon Curtis we're trying to get. What's that? No longer? Okay. We have Michelle Lotze. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, board. My name is Michelle Lotes, and this is my 9th year teaching science at Santa Barbara Junior High. My husband is also a teacher at Santa Barbara High School, and we have an almost 3-year-old son who we intend to send to Santa Barbara Unified Schools in the future. As a family, we're very invested in seeing our schools be the best they can be. I'm speaking today in support of increasing junior high students' access to electives during their normal school day. It's unacceptable that some students across the district, many of which are our most at-promise students, are denied an elective due to the current structure of the junior high school day. By making the junior high school day into a 7-period day instead of 6-period day, we would be giving students the opportunity to get both the core academic support they need and elective access. For some students, this might even mean getting the opportunity to take more than one elective. 10 years from now, when my own son is walking into junior high, hopefully my own, I hope his day includes more than the core academic classes. I hope that core classes comes to mean the inclusion of art and music and theater and many other options that may not even be offered currently. I hope that he sees how science is woven into art and music. I hope he learns about the relationship between history, English, and theater productions. And I really hope the board will consider making a change to have a 7-period junior high school day so that all students have access to making these beautiful and meaningful connections across all of their classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, the last name starts with B. Booker, thank you.
Sorry, Miss. The mic isn't on. We'll restart your time. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Booker, and I'm a counselor at Dos Pueblos High School. I first wanted to thank Cobway for their work, and as a counselor, I look forward to working together to better support our Black students. I know they're all outside. I want to share how counselor caseloads directly affect our district's ability to deliver on the promise of every child, every chance, every day. Each counselor in our district supports close to 350 students. The American School Counselor Association recommends a maximum ratio of 250 to 1, a standard backed by national research showing higher academic achievement, attendance, and well-being when ratios stay at or below that level. When ratios climb, outcomes decline, especially for students who rely most on adult support systems. On my caseload, I serve about 40 students with 504 plans and 50 students with IEPs. Each requires time for family communication, collaboration with teachers and psychologists, and targeted interventions under the MTSS framework. These are essential but time-intensive responsibilities. For context, special education teachers are capped at 24 students, and most high school teachers manage around 90. Counselors who handle academic, social, emotional, and college and career support for all students have no caseload cap at all. Reducing caseloads isn't about convenience, it's about equity and student safety. Research and experience show that manageable ratios allow earlier interventions, more consistent follow-up, and stronger outcomes for every student. If we truly want every child, every chance, every day to be more than a motto, it must be reflected in how we staff our counseling departments. Thank you for your time and commitment to student support and considering aligning counselor caseloads to the national model.
Thank you. Next is Joel Block, followed by Bethany Guarena and Brianna Serrato.
Good evening. Tonight I wish to talk about the policy of open enrollment as I think it affects junior high electives. Open enrollment was first implemented in the 1970s as a way to avoid busing to integrate our schools. The presumption was that by giving everyone the right to go to any school, it would naturally lead to a lessening of segregation. After 2 years, the data showed that, in fact, it led to more segregation, not less. Those who forget their history are bound to repeat those mistakes. We now have had open enrollment again for many years. So where has it led us? So what I'm about to share in terms of data shows how perception is beginning to turn into reality. And while families switch schools for many reasons, one perceived belief is that some schools are better than others. According to the latest data from various outlets, La Colina now has a student population of 893, equaling 34% of all junior high students. Goleta Valley, 785 or 30%. Santa Barbara, 502 students or 19%, and La Cumbre, 450 students and 17%. Also, at La Colina, 42% of the student population is economically disadvantaged. Goleta Valley, 49%, Santa Barbara, 78%, and La Cumbre, 90%. Given that economically disadvantaged students have, for a number of reasons, more difficult time transferring to a non-neighborhood school, and looking at the enrollment data for the last 6 years, we find that open enrollment has in fact led to continual and systemic increase in segregation and inequality. I urge the board and school district to look at the data presented and reconsider its policy of open enrollment.
Thank you. Brittany Guarena, Brianna Serrato, and then Karina Amaro.
Hi, my name is Bethany Guarena, and I have the honor of teaching the literacy program at Santa Barbara Junior High. I teach 3 sections of it. Literacy is a class which provides direct research-based instruction in basic reading skills to students with dyslexia who read below grade level. At the junior high level, literacy takes the place of the elective in a student's schedule. This means that some of our most vulnerable students with significant learning disabilities who already struggle to engage in and feel successful in academic classes are not given the opportunity to find success in a class like art or theater or woodshop or music, where they may learn a new strength or a passion or just a reason to be excited to come to school. This is the cost of our students needing support in reading. They're told you need support in reading, you don't get to have the fun classes. So due to our current junior high schedule, my students are missing out on these opportunities. In addition to not having access to electives, my 7th graders are forced to take a 0-period health class for a quarter, whereas their peers who are not in literacy or the EML classes get to take health during their regular school day. A 7-period day at the junior high level would not only make all students' schedules more equitable, it would give my students, along with our EML students, the opportunity to access elective classes they're currently missing out on. Please remove this barrier that my students face by creating a 7-period day at the junior high level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karina Amaro. Oh, Brianna Serrato. Is that who I said was next? Yeah, Brianna, followed by Karina Amaro and Hallie Silva.
Good evening again. My name is Brianna Serrato, pronouns she, her, ea, and am a current parent of a 7th grader at La Cumbre Junior High and 4th grader at Santa Barbara Community Academy. I want to give special recognition and uplift the public comments of Heather Walker, the art teacher at Roosevelt, Ryan McCollum, the STEAM teacher at both SBCA and McKinley, and David Abel, the CTE teacher at La Cumbre. Specialist and elective classes are not just the fun classes for students. These classes are mental health boosts for students, which translate to better social emotional outcomes and better academic outcomes across subjects. Mrs. Walker was the safe person on campus for not only my 2 students, but for countless others. She was able to identify a 6th grader last year that was having such anxiety that year they were having difficulty in completing art assignments, as basic as doing a graphic sketch of their name for fear of making a mistake. She was able to bring this up to the gen ed teacher to have further intervention reviewed. Ms. McCollum has given my autistic child a true place to thrive and shine. In her STEAM classes, she has given him the confidence in knowing he is smart and he is capable despite struggling with learning to read. It has also shown his peers that even if a student has disabilities that may impact their speech or academics, they can still be a class rock star in an area outside of their main classroom. Mr. Abel is one of the reasons my daughter is thriving in junior high. I know if she didn't have an elective, she would be completely opposite and would not be suddenly an A and B student with outstanding and satisfactory report cards. Please bring back the 7th period so that all students can have electives. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina Amaro. Karina. Okay. Hallie Silva.
Hello, members of the board. I'm Haley Silva. I teach art and sewing at La Colina, and I'd like to encourage you, just like many other people, to consider the 7th period day for our junior high students. At the junior high, Electives are often an issue of equity on campus. The students who need support classes have IEPs, emergent linguals, don't have the same opportunities to access arts as everyone else. Without officially crunching the numbers, I can tell you that these subgroups are disproportionately students of color. I'd personally love to see a cross-section of students in my classes that reflect the population of my school instead of just the students who signed up because they don't need additional support in their school day. Every year, I lose students in my classes who are pulled out because they need support in an academic class. In my 8 years of teaching, I've never had a kid return to art class after getting their other grades up. Instead, these students start to struggle in more classes and spend the remainder of the school year always playing catch up. I want all students to have an opportunity for support and enrichment. I want all students to find classes that really resonate with them. And I want all students to have a place where they can be creative and build their community with their peers. There's a well-known study, we might have the book on it, that students who have access to creative classes in any capacity report greater levels of positivity in their day and feelings of inclusion in the culture of their campuses. I'm leaving out the part about increased academic achievement. Ultimately, what's better for students is actually better for me as a teacher. If students are feeling more positive about being in school because they have more opportunities to access electives, enrichment, and support classes, then I won't be spending all of my class time trying to manage behaviors or trying to get a dysregulated kid to buy into our art content after they've come from a challenging class with no support.
Thank you.
What's better than a classroom that's running smoothly? It's like when the scissors are gliding through a piece of paper effortlessly. Teachers, if you know, right?
Thank you.
I think the 7th period day really gives us a better shot at making a better day for students.
Thanks. Okay, last call, Karina Amaro. Okay.
Okay, so that concludes public comment for items that are not on the agenda. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we will come back at 8:45. All right, welcome back, everyone. Took us a while, but we got here. All right. We skipped one public commenter for D8, so we'll do that, and then we're going to do a little bit of agenda management. Mr.
Right.
Bailey.
So this was just misfiled in another area, so there's a public comment from Abby Vasquez.
Okay, and we're on, correct? Okay. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Abby Vasquez, and my pronouns are she, her, and I am here today in recognition of Transgender Day of Remembrance, a day when we honor the lives of transgender people who have been lost to violence, discrimination, and neglect. But remembrance alone isn't enough. As a school district, we have both a moral and legal responsibility to create learning environments where every student, including transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive students, is safe, respected, and able to thrive. In California, this responsibility is clearly supported by law. The FAIR Act, incorporated into California Ed Code, spells this out very specifically. This week, we honor the memory of, the heart of this issue goes far beyond compliance. Transgender students face disproportionately high rates of bullying, absenteeism, mental health challenges, and self-harm, not because of who they are, but because whether the adults around them choose to create a safe environment. Research consistently shows that affirming school climates reduce risk and improve academic outcomes for LGBTQ+ students. This week, as we honor the memory of those we have lost, I ask the board to take action that ensures that remembrance becomes more than just a responsibility. We want to make sure that we remember those who were denied dignity in life. In our schools, we have the power and the obligation to ensure that transgender students are not denied dignity in the places where they learn, grow, and form their sense of self.
Thank you.
We want to honor the day not only with words, but with actions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of agenda management. We are going to do our 2 resolutions. So that takes us to G4, we have some students here for G4, adoption of resolution 2025/2026-15 in recognition of National Special Education Day, December 2nd, 2025. Board members, you have a resolution in front of you, and we have Miss Edison coming up. Welcome.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. On behalf of the work that's happening in our special education department under Dr. Carla Curry, we're asking the board to adopt this resolution. We have a lot going on for the 50th anniversary of IDEA. We have our Seek parent meeting that is happening. Everyone's getting banners and tablecloths so that they can have for the whole year. We've gifted each site a budget to do site level celebrations at the junior high and the high schools. We're doing a lot of work around just first person language. You heard Dr. Carla Curry talk about that. So we ask that you would please adopt this resolution for us recognizing the 50th anniversary of IDEA as we really focus on making sure that all of our students are served properly.
Thank you.
We have some comment.
We do have some public comment. Mr. Banning?
Myra Oseguera, Dana Davis, and Benjamin Davis. And Brianna Serrato.
We have the translator. Okay. 1 second.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, Superintendente Maldonado. Mi nombre es Mayra Oseguera.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Mayra Oseguera.
Hoy estoy aquí como un padre de un estudiante que recibe servicios de educación especial.
Today I am here as a parent of a student that receives special education services.
Celebrando la accesibilidad, inclusión y el sentido de pertenencia que la Acta de IDEA nos dio hace 50 años.
And also celebrating the accessibility and inclusion and the sense of belonging that the law IDEA provided us 50 years ago.
Quiero expresar algunos compromisos que se deberían de contemplar en esta celebración.
And I would like to share some of the commitments that we should be thinking about during this moment of celebration.
Incluir a padres en la creación de los planes de seguridad. Las emergencias son diferentes para nuestros niños.
One thing is including parents when creating the safety plans, because emergencies are different for our students.
Asegurarnos que la transportación llegue a tiempo. Los estudiantes deberían de estar afuera, no deberían de estar afuera más temprano de la hora de salida, para garantizar que reciban los minutos de educación de acuerdo al contrato estudiantil.
Another thing is making sure that transportation arrives on time for students. Our students should not be outside longer while other students, they shouldn't be outside waiting for the bus, because we should be guaranteeing that they receive the exact number of minutes for their special education services according to the contract.
Extender las horas de los paraeducadores o los 1 a 1. La mayoría solo trabajan por 6 horas al día.
Another item to consider is extending the hours worked by paraeducators. Many of our one-on-ones just work 6 hours a day.
La comunicación es esencial para establecer una buena relación y crear confianza. Los cambios que consideren a los estudiantes tienen que ser comunicados de forma transparente y a tiempo.
Communication is essential to establish a good relationship and creating trust. Any changes that affect our students need to be communicated in a way that's transparent and on time.
Continuar con los entrenamientos para los LIA, maestros generales, maestros de educación especial y para educadores es esencial para proveer una educación apropiada.
And it's important to provide an appropriate education. It's important to continue the trainings for the LEA, for our general education teachers, our special education teachers, and our paraeducators.
Presentar IEPs de calidad y escritos profesionalmente.
It's also important to present high-quality IEPs that are written in a professional manner.
Los LIAs tienen que asegurarse que los padres y estudiantes reciben un trato de acuerdo a los derechos de padres.
The LEAs must assure that parents and students receive treatment that is according to the parent rights.
Dar apoyo a los maestros nuevos con herramientas, guía y con la presencia del Departamento de Educación Especial es esencial.
And it's important for new teachers to be supported with tools and guidance, along with the support of the special education department.
Tener una mesa de recursos para las familias en cada locación donde se realiza una junta de IEP.
And it's also important for any space that holds IEP meetings to provide a space for additional resources for families.
Por último, en esta resolución, nuestro comité de SIAC tiene un papel fundamental, porque los padres que lo formamos estamos comprometidos en representar a nuestros estudiantes de que reciban una educación especial adecuada.
And lastly, just wanted to mention that this resolution that includes our SEEK committee, the parents have a very important function in all of this because we parents are advocating for our students and are committed to represent our students in the best manner so that they can receive their special education services.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dina Davis, followed by Benjamin Davis and Brianna Serrato.
Sorry, do you want to go first or me? Me? It's on, right? It's on. All right. Good evening, Superintendent Maldonado and school board members. My name is Dina Davis. I'm here with my son, Benjamin, to share with you what the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act has meant to this 19-year-old young man. On this 50th anniversary of the federal mandate to provide a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment to students with disabilities, we want to acknowledge that our federal government has woefully underfunded this mandate over the years, promising 40%, but currently providing closer to 13%. With the state of things at the U.S. Department of Education being unpredictable and extremely worrisome, families and students will be looking to local and state leaders to protect the rights of our students with disabilities. So what has the IDEA meant for Benjamin? He spent his first 9 years in Midcoast, Maine, receiving early intervention services thanks to Part C of the IDEA. He attended an inclusive preschool and elementary school where he participated in academics and physical education alongside his non-disabled peers. He stood on stage in school-wide winter concerts and received his share of awards at assemblies. We returned to Santa Barbara the summer after third grade. Benjamin attended Monroe, Santa Barbara Junior High, and Santa Barbara High School. Again, he learned alongside his peers, participating in group projects, class plays, and school-wide talent shows. He began fourth grade using a wheelchair and a walker, remember, and walked independently at 10 years old. He ran laps during PE in junior high with his non-disabled peers and may have been the happiest student on the field. He came home so proud of those tallies on his hand, marking each lap he completed. He's run laps around the Santa Barbara High School campus, been employed thanks to the Bridges program in the high school library, at the reception desk, at Gardens on Hope Retirement Center, and at the club. To say that this young man loves school is an understatement. It is his world, his happy place. He has learned academic and social skills, made many friends, including staff and fellow students, and has worked with dedicated, talented, creative educators, paraeducators, specialists, principals, and district administrators. Today and every day, we celebrate education for all students with you. The IDEA opened the doors, but we still have work to do to ensure that all of our students make academic progress and receive the supports and services to which they are entitled. Let's do this together.
Thank you.
All right, now it's your turn.
Celebration. Can you hear it?
Okay, now it's Benjamin's turn. Okay, really fast. Okay. Do you want me to touch the button?
Hi.
Okay.
Like this school. I like making shopping lists, going to the store, and cooking. I like taking a class at Santa Barbara City College. I like having a job and learning new skills. I have fun learning with my teachers and friends. Football games and cross-country meets are the best. Go Dons.
All right, we have Brianna Serrato, followed by Jasmine Neary and Maria Rivera.
Hi again. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to the district and to the board for having not only this resolution, but also listening to the feedback from the SEEK parent representatives over the last 2 years with regards to helping us to actually show that appreciation to our special education staff for the IDEA anniversary, which happens to also be SPED Staff Appreciation Day. So it's not just on our shoulders, especially financially. So Dr. Citizen, thank you so much for that. That was a great surprise that I learned at our SEEK meeting at the Community Academy recently. And so I also wanted to bring up one point that Myra had mentioned about students making sure that they have their full IEP minutes and academic minutes even when they take the bus. I've noticed at our site that sometimes most of the time, I would say, the students that use wheelchairs are dismissed before all of the other students. I'm guessing it's accessibility type issue to be able to get to the bus. The buses are there on time and they're sitting and they're waiting for the students to get out. But I never really thought about that point of, are they missing out on part of their academic time by being pulled out early? One of our parents here also reminded me that I was still wondering on follow-up from my public comments during the October 14th meeting with regards to the AOK update. And so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm just going to repeat what I had said then, and hopefully we can get an official answer this time. It said the attached memo states the program also includes one-on-one paraeducator support to serve students with disabilities who need additional assistance beyond AOK's traditional structure. We are committed to ensuring equitable access and opportunities for all students. However, when the board followed up on my public comment of having paras available so students are not excluded based on their disability, the district replied that since it is not part of the regular school day, they did not have to provide para support. At the SEEK meeting on September 24th, a parent was in tears asking about para support for AOK as their kindergartner was suspended due to behavioral concerns without that additional support. The district staff stated that they are not providing paraprofessionals for AOK, but they are now providing training to AOK staff on how to help support the students with disabilities in the program, and that many paras also work as AOK group leaders. So, is the quoted paragraph missing the qualifier that is only for the summer program that a paraprofessional is provided with an AOK if needed? Or is the district truly following through to ensure the equitable access and opportunities for its students with disabilities in regards to the year-round AOK programming? Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Neary and Maria Rivera. Jasmine?
Hi. May I ask to adjust my time just because I'm gonna use, translation?
They'll restart the clock at the end, so you'll get 6 minutes. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar y gracias por esta resolución que van a hacer en materia de ayudar a nuestros hijos con un IP.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you, and also thank you for the resolution that will help our students with IEPs.
Pero sí me gustaría tener la garantía y el énfasis que va a quedar más allá de solamente un papel.
But I would like for you all to give us some kind of guarantee that those words will go beyond just a piece of paper.
Solamente para enseñarles un poquito mi experiencia, me llega un papel de que mi hijo necesita una intervención. No tengo el nombre de la persona que va a hacer la intervención. No sé de qué se trata esta intervención. Tendría que yo investigar aparte y aquí dice, comunícate si tienes algunas preguntas, pero Parent Square no funciona de manera apropiada a veces. Y a pesar de que he ido con mi directivo a decirle que no funciona apropiadamente, no tengo el feedback.
And so I just want to share a little bit of my experience. I wanted to show you this paper that says that my student needs intervention, but it doesn't tell me who would be responsible for the intervention or how that would happen. And so I had questions, but like Parent Square doesn't work for us to be able to have that communication. So I got this letter telling me that my student needs intervention, but I have no idea of what else is needed.
Además, no quiero poner el dedo hacia nada, pero he estado participando en los comités SIAC a nivel distrito y a nivel escolar.
I also don't want to point fingers, but I have been participating in the committees, the SEEK committees at the district level and at my school.
Jamás había recibido este handbook de Special Education, que yo no sabía que existía, perdón, y encuentro lamentable que esta comunicación no se dé a ese grado. Si hubiera sabido yo antes, desde un inicio, muchas preguntas hubieran sido resueltas a tiempo.
And this special education handbook had never been shared with us. I didn't even know that it existed. And I feel like if we would have had this at the beginning, a lot of our questions would have been answered.
Entonces, solamente quisiera realmente tener esa apertura en la comunicación que haga sentido a los documentos que escribimos. Podemos tener los documentos más hermosos del mundo con los pensamientos más apropiados y el plan de acción perfecto, pero si no hay esa comunicación garantizada entre maestros, padres y administradores, esto simplemente no va a pasar para nuestros alumnos.
So I just want us to have more communication with regards to what we already have, because we can have the best written plans, we can have the best plans of actions that are written with the best words, but if there is no communication with families, teachers, students, then we really don't have much.
Y solamente para secundar un poco, estuve en esa junta, nos fuimos como unos 7 padres en lágrimas por la experiencia que tuvo que vivir esta mamá. Y fue muy triste oírla y fue más descorazonador para mí ver que a veces no hay tanta apertura de los administradores y son temas incómodos, yo entiendo, pero algunos eran como de, ay, que ya, como que no, les incomodaba bastante oír que esto está pasando. Estas pláticas tienen que tenerse porque eso está pasando y es muy... es choqueante que eso pase cuando eres el papá de esos niños. Te preguntas qué va a ser de su futuro.
And so I was present at that meeting, and I was there along with about 7 other parents, and it was really disheartening to hear the stories from parents of how things were affecting their students. And it was disheartening to see that the administrators were not doing as much as they could, and they were listening, but they're not doing as much as could be done. And so it's really disheartening to see that and feel that, especially when you're a parent of a student who's being affected in that way.
Muchísimas gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Maria Rivera.
Hi, everyone. Hello, board. Hello, Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Maria, and I'm here today as a mom of a first grade special education student. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, I'm grateful for how far we've come. But I also know we still have a lot of important work ahead. First and foremost, communication is key. Any action taken that is not written in a child's IEP should be communicated to parents. This is essential. We need to know what is happening during the school day so we can have a peace of mind and feel confident that both parents and school staff are working together on the same page for the benefit of our children. We also need to ensure that our staff are properly trained and continuously trained to work with our special education students. Every child is different and requires different approaches, tools, and methods. My question is, how often are our staff receiving meaningful, up-to-date training? The better prepared our educators are, the better outcomes our students will have. We also need to talk about behavior supports. Challenging behaviors are treated as problems instead of communication. With proper training in trauma-informed strategies and behavior intervention, staff can better understand what students are trying to express and respond in any ways that support growth rather than punishment. Ultimately, the goal for all of us is for our students to succeed. With clear communication, consistent training, strong behavior support, and genuine collaboration with families, we can make that goal a reality for every child. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
No other public comment.
Board members, you have the resolution in front of you. Dr. Beal, do you have the resolution?
I likely have access to it, but I don't know which section I might read. Should it have been sent to me in the chat?
You already sent it?
But Lali sent you a copy in your email.
Okay.
That should have your name next to the section. Oh, it's same email as the Zoom links.
Okay. I see that now. Okay.
Already?
Okay. I can see it. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll kick us off. Whereas the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, originally enacted in 1975 as the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, guarantees a free and appropriate public education, FAPE, to all students with disabilities, and
whereas IDEA has provided generations of students with disabilities access to education, specialized services, and supports that enable them to reach their full potential, and
whereas this year marks the 50th anniversary of IDEA, a milestone that reflects the progress made in special education and the continued commitment to ensuring that every student has access to a meaningful education, and
whereas Santa Barbara Unified recognizes the importance that words matter, and from here on we'll use people first language, putting the person before the disability, and
whereas SB Unified values all students with and without disabilities and recognizes all students have a right to engage in learning, benefit from meaningful instruction, have friends, and be full members of their school communities, and
Whereas public schools must support all students, children and young adults with disabilities, while providing essential special education services that empower students to achieve their full academic potential. And
whereas SB Unified promotes inclusion and belonging, we believe that all students eligible for special education are general education students first and deserve to be educated in the general education environment alongside non-disabled peers with access to all school programs and activities. And
whereas Special Education Day is an opportunity to acknowledge the continued need to work together as educators, families, administrators, and staff to provide all students eligible for special education with the highest educational experience. And
whereas Special Education Day is a time to celebrate students with disabilities in Santa Barbara and their families, educators, and school district administrators. And
now therefore be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Education hereby proclaims December 2nd, 2025 as National Special Education Day and calls on schools in the district to observe this day with appropriate recognition and activities to help spread the important message that people with disabilities deserve a high-quality education and appropriate support services. Adopted this 18th day of November 2025 by the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Education.
okay. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve the resolution for recognition of National Special Education Day, December 2nd, 2025.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a first and a second. We're going to do a roll call vote. Mr. Banning?
Aye.
Ms. Munoz?
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Dr. Beal?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. Thank you all. Now we'll go to G2, our last resolution of the night, adoption of resolution number 2025-26-21, proclaiming November 2025 National Native American Heritage Month. We have Dr. Wilson. Welcome.
Good evening. Educational Services is recommending the Board of Education adopt this resolution proclaiming November 2025 as National Native American Heritage Month. The resolution affirms the district's commitment to honoring the history, culture, and contributions of Native Americans and Indigenous peoples, and it aligns to our values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and a culturally responsive education.
Thank you. We have no public comment for this item. Dr. Beal, do you have the resolution?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll kick us off. Whereas National Native American Heritage Month is celebrated annually throughout the month of November to honor the indigenous peoples who were the original inhabitants of what is now the United States, including those whose ancestral lands encompass the current boundaries of the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And
whereas the Santa Barbara region is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Chumash people, whose presence here spans over 13,000 years and whose enduring history, culture, language, and stewardship of this land continue to enrich our community. And
whereas we recognize that the term Chumash was applied by outsiders and only came into consistent use in the 20th century, yet the original peoples of this region have maintained their languages, traditions, and deep knowledge of the natural world for thousands of years. And
whereas the Chumash people include many distinct communities such as the Yaktityu, Tilhini, Samala, Smoowik, and others who have long cared for the lands and waters of what we now call Santa Barbara County. And
whereas the Chumash people have preserved their history, cosmology, and cultural values through a rich oral tradition and sophisticated knowledge systems supported by the Chumash language family, which is recognized as a distinct and critical component of their identity. And
whereas we acknowledge that the history of Native Americans has been marked by hardship, including forced removal, violence, broken treaties, and systemic oppression, such as the destructive legacy of the federal Indian boarding schools, but also by extraordinary resilience, strength, and cultural perseverance And
whereas Native Americans, including the local Chumash, have made and continue to make invaluable contributions to American society in fields such as environmental science, agriculture, government, law, medicine, art, and education. And
whereas the Santa Barbara Unified School District is committed to fostering an inclusive and equitable educational environment that values the diverse histories, cultures, and language of all students and is dedicated to providing accurate and culturally relevant curriculum, including our diverse ethnic studies courses that we are continuing to develop in order to teach to the histories and cultures of California Native peoples in both the past and present. And
whereas recognizing this month provides an opportunity to support the academic and social emotional well-being of our Native American students and staff, and to strengthen relationships with the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash and other tribal nations.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Santa Barbara Unified School District does hereby officially recognize November as National Native American Heritage Month.
thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I make a motion to approve the resolution number 2025-26-21, recognizing and celebrating November as National Native American Heritage Month.
Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second. Mr. Banning?
Aye.
Ms. Munoz?
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Dr. Beal?
aye.
I'm an aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to skip board comments and correspondence tonight. We are going to go to E1 Math Student Outcomes Report and Secondary Math Adoption Update. And we have Dr. Wilson. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening. I'm excited to be providing you an update on our math outcomes, and I'm joined by Dr. Hugh to provide an update on our secondary math adoption as well. We also have our two principals, Mrs. Jennifer Foster from La Colina Junior High and Dr. Bradley Brock from La Cumbre Junior High, who will be providing site highlights, as we know how valuable this is to hear directly from our site principals. The focus of our presentation, though, we have a number of data sources and will be on implementation and student outcome data. Here listed on the screen, you see our Santa Barbara Unified Board priorities, and for this presentation, we'll be focused on math. I'd like to begin with a preview of the California dashboard data, as it is directly connected to our LCAP Goal 1. On growth across our district. The measure called distance from standard shows how close students are to meeting grade level expectations. Last year, students were 36 points below the standard. This year, they've improved by 8.8 points, reaching 27 points below and surpassing our 3-year LCAP goal early. Overall math performance is now in the yellow range, and nearly every student group improved with no students in the red. It's a clear sign our students are moving forward and making progress in math. So this was just a preview for the dashboard, which was released on December 13th, but a full report will be provided to the board in December, and that will also connect to our LCAP goals. The 3 circle graphs you see here on the screen show a 3-year comparison of our met and exceeded data for California state assessment. You'll see the growth from 2022-23, starting at 38.10%, increasing to 41.38%, met or exceeded on the standard. Above each graph, you'll also see a comparison to the county and state, and Santa Barbara Unified is exceeding or performing above both. This graph reflects a comparison of the results by grade levels from across the years 2023 to 2025. It shows an increase at most grade levels with a small decline in third grade and our largest increase in grade 7 from 44% to 48%. And at the elementary level, you can see incremental growth in grades 4, 5, and a more significant growth in grade 6, which is our target population for our small test of change. When we look at the performance of the same students over the course of 4 years, here we see some positive growth as well. Our class of 2031, which are current 7th graders who are in 6th grade in 24-25, increased slightly in the proportion of students who met or exceeded standards on the CASP assessment from 42% as 3rd graders to 43% as 6th graders. And for a Hispanic Latino student group, the increase was greater with an increase of 7 percentage points over 4 years. And also evident, you see the red line, though it's fluctuating, we can see a simultaneous decrease in the number of students who didn't meet the standard. And at the junior high level, we have a 2-year comparison. Again, it's inclusive of our feeder schools or students who are transferring from our feeder schools. And across these 2 years, we see a small increase from 42 to 44% of students who meet or exceed the standard. And for our Hispanic Latino students, shown on the right, there's an increase from 25% to 28%. And here we have a 10-year comparison for student groups. I'm noting some increase for some student groups between last year and this year. We are drilling down on the experience of students by demographic so that we can have targeted strategies to close this persistent and opportunity gap that we see specifically for our Hispanic Latino students as well as our African American students. Here we have a 3-year comparison for our students who are on an IEP. It's by grade level. And you can see a mixture of some increases, some decreases within different grade levels. We also have limited data to protect the privacy of our students in those groups. And similarly, we have a 3-year comparison of data for our EMLs by grade level. You can see a mixture of some increases and decreases within grade levels, with a larger increase in grade 3, with an 11% increase over the course of 3 years. Our work in educational services is to improve math outcomes, and it's designed around our multi-tiered systems of support. Listed to the left are the 4 areas that represent the important focus of our department. So high-quality Tier 1 instruction and Tier 2 interventions, professional learning communities, monitoring student learning, as well as targeted professional learning. And here too, on the next 2 slides, you'll see each of those focus areas similar to the Literacy Outcomes Report, and you'll see the focus of our work last year during the 24-25 school year, and how that work is either accentuating, deepening, or shifting in order to increase both coherence and focus and targeted support. Some of that targeted support might be a shift in the focus on grade levels, as well as the topics in professional learning. Okay, next I'd like to invite Principal Jennifer Foster and Dr. Brock, who will share spotlights on their successes in math.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for our audience for staying. We're really excited about our math outcomes this year at La Colina. But I think to start first, I also want to, I think it really is a celebration for all of our junior high schools. All 4 of our schools grew in their math outcomes for this past year, and that is highly attributed to all of us really working together, both administrators, teachers, and all of our other staff and resources to really focus on achieving or improving math outcomes for our students. So at La Colina, we had things to celebrate in both of our grade levels. Our grade 7 math, we saw an increase of 12.2% for 2025 in this percentage of students who met or exceeded the standard. To me, that, you know, grade 7 math 1 year to the next is 2 different groups of students. So what I am really excited about is our grade 8 cohort. So the students that were 7th graders in 23-24, they increased their percentage of met or exceeded by 7.8%. So that means that the things that we were doing to improve student outcomes and all of that focus, in addition to a new curriculum and a new assessment system, resulted in a positive outcome for our students. So we sent, you know, even more students off to high school, more prepared to be successful there and hopefully increase graduation and meet all their goals that they have. How do we do that? We definitely had a focus on strong coherence in our PLCs. They always looked at data, continually using that, using the formative assessment data from our Amplified Desmos curriculum to develop a system for small group instruction, which meant that students were getting ongoing interventions prior to assessments. And our teachers were really committed to using that data. We were really intentional about scheduling students. We used the additional math support periods that we had to allow our teachers to build a system of small group instruction. We also added the resources of 2 highly qualified curriculum specialists, as well as our special education teachers to support our small group instruction. Those math PLCs, they became even more coherent with that use of data to inform instruction. On a daily basis, they work very collaboratively. We also, as part of our results-based leadership training and our small test of change in the junior high schools was to improve the data literacy in our new assessment system, IXL. And so we implemented IXL in the junior high schools, and we really took on at La Colina that as a school-wide focus. All of our teachers felt strongly that we needed to give time to giving all of our students math practice. And I think it was really important for all of our teachers, no matter what their subject area, also to be supporting math practice and for students to see that every day. So we prioritized 1 day of our homeroom period for students to work on their IXL action plans. And our staff really took on that collective responsibility for improving those outcomes. And the great news is then we all really got to celebrate the results together. And I want to give special appreciation to the great dedicated work of our math teachers, curriculum specialists, and our special education teachers. And we celebrate these results with our whole school community.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilson. Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, board. Just want to highlight a few factors at La Cumbre. Okay, great. There we are. Great. I'll go back. Great. So, and I also want to echo what Jennifer was saying around our junior high cohort of teachers, curriculum specialists, and administrators working really closely together and sharing in the success. At La Cumbre, we had a 5% gain in 7th grade and a 15% gain in 8th grade, and we really reflected on that, and we were looking at a few factors that could also be shared amongst our junior high cohort as well. Specifically at La Cumbre, when I first became principal 7 years ago, we had 2 different programs. We had one 7th grade program for math and a separate distinct program in 8th grade. And in a 2 grade level junior high, those grade levels aren't talking to each other. There was no common language around math. By implementing Amplified Desmos over the last 2 years, we've solved that problem and provided a common curriculum and shared instructional routines to ensure that all students have access to the same high quality content across grade levels. Another factor as well is, and I want to give a shout out to our math teachers at all the junior highs, but also at La Cumbre, Mr. Takaya, Ms. Bushra, and Ms. Reyes. They've worked tirelessly over the last 2 years, not only to master a new curriculum and platform, but really develop a shared understanding of structured problem-based learning. And this work is significant. It's really elevated the level of rigor in our math classrooms, and we're seeing that in our outcomes. Last but not least, I accompanied Assistant Superintendent Ms. Edison down to the Panorama Conference 2 weeks ago, and we represented the district and highlighted how we have not only gains at La Cumbre in academics but also in socio-emotional learning, and really trying to connect those parallel gains. They're not accidental. It's a result of our district's focus on integrated wellness and also our math team's commitment to just build relationships. If you're at La Cumbre and you walk up to a student and ask them what's their favorite class, you'll probably hear lunch first. And then after that, you'd be surprised to hear math. More often than not. And a big reason for that is our teachers building those relationships and making sure they have very safe and affirming learning environments for all of our students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brock and Principal Foster. We are now going to shift to our secondary math adoption update. So as a quick review, the Board of Education adopted Amplify Desmos, as our principals have shared. The adoption committee, though, selected Amplify Desmos for several reasons. One, for the diversity of supports, or for the supports for our diverse learners, the structured-based problem approach that Dr. Brock shared, and then also its focus on academic discourse or conversation. And that's one of the common instructional routines that you'll see in the curriculum. For our Amplify Desmos curriculum implementation, we are following the 6 tenets of the Framework for High-Quality Curriculum Implementation, put out by the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, and you see those listed up here. And one of those you'll see, the top left is Leadership First, and on the right you'll see Stages of Curriculum Implementation. And I share those two because we do work closely with our leaders. You can hear their content knowledge and expertise, and also the work they do with their teachers to both celebrate their successes, but we also know that there are stages, and we're still in those early stages of curriculum implementation. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Hu to share some additional information.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So our professional learning for teachers is staged over the course of the year. There's a lot of thought to how we scale up and provide opportunities for our teachers to go deeper through the learning as they go throughout the year. So it's not just in the summer and in August that we're providing training and then saying, go and have fun this year. We're wanting to make sure that we come back to them and deepen that learning as we learn more about what they are struggling with, what they are finding successes with. And so you can see that over the course of the year. There's also different types and levels of learning for our teachers as well as for our site leaders so that they can provide that support to their teachers. This is an example from August, and you can see here that our professional learning was for our math teachers as well as our special education teachers, coaches, and administrators to make sure that everyone who is working to support students in math has the opportunity to learn about the platform and the curriculum and provide supports to our teachers and to our students. Here's some of the feedback from the professional learning from the summer and the early fall. Just a bright spot to highlight is that our teachers really appreciated being able to play with the materials. So in addition to the new curriculum, it was also new technology or a new platform. And so it really took some opportunities for them to play around with it and see what it could do, see what all those resources were. And then again, that opportunity for circling back for deeper learning. Sometimes you forget what you learned in August because there was so much else to also remember. And so those have been opportunities for us to continue that work. And that has been where our teachers have really appreciated and requested more of those opportunities to further their learning, go back in and look at something that they may have touched on earlier, but didn't really understand until later on. Again, making sure that we are partnering with our special education teachers as well. There's been some opportunities for shared learning together and some learning walks and visits to our intensive intervention classes as well as our co-taught classes to really make sure that we are deepening the professional learning and strategies that they are using in classrooms to support all learners. One of the things that we've learned from feedback from our teachers and our administrators is really what is the goal of our implementation. So we have been shifting our strategy and talking to teachers about how we are moving from compliance, are you using the curriculum, are you using the platform, to one of integrity. And with that, we are looking at what is our shared vision for math learning in our students? What do we want to see in those outcomes? And how do we achieve that? So the goal is not using Amplify Desmos. The goal is our shared vision, making sure that we are producing mathematically literate students, and the platform and the curriculum are our tools to get us to that. So this is a visual of our math vision for the district. Mathematically literate students are students who can really dive into the math and understand it and talk about it. As Dr. Wilson mentioned, we have a real focus on student discourse in math. So are they talking about the math in the classroom, not just doing the problems that they see in front of them? And are they doing the thinking? So making sure that students have opportunity to struggle with the math and learn how to work through it and apply it in different ways. And that's what's going to help to build their mathematical skills. This also ties very closely to our instructional framework, making sure that our students are really engaging at all levels with the learning in mathematics and collaborating on that learning. Another big component of our implementation model has been the assessment and progress monitoring. So not only are we looking at those summative assessments like CASP, because that comes at the end of the year. So what are we doing in the progress in between? So we're looking at formative assessments. You heard both Principal Foster and Dr. Brock talk about IXL and ADM assessments that are within our curriculum. And we are using those along with those conversations about the data and student work to really drive instruction and hone in on what supports our students need and what skills do we need to build in them, as well as instructional strategies for our teachers. We're also looking at the implementation data of how our students and our teachers are doing in using those materials, and that has helped us provide more professional learning for our teachers. Some challenges as we've moved into the high school space. This is the first year that we are into high school with Amplify Desmos with Math 1. And so some of the challenges there have been that the simultaneous move to a new curriculum, a new platform. So again, that new technology and universal access. There's also the challenge of doing all of that learning as they are working on a block schedule. So just the crunch of time that our high school teachers feel as they are learning new material and trying to stay on top of it as they work through the curriculum for the very first time. So the nice part is for our Math 1 teachers, if they are teaching it again next semester, they'll have a second opportunity starting in January to work through that Math 1 curriculum. And there have also been some challenges around our common assessment implementation, especially around calibrating and then using the Amplify Desmos platform. So we've been working closely with our teachers to understand what those issues and challenges are, and then also working with our partners at Amplify Desmos to rectify those. So our next steps with our math implementation are really focusing on delivering that high quality tier 1 instruction. So how are we supporting our teachers in learning their practice and deepening their practice and their use of the materials in order to enact our vision for mathematically literate students who are engaged in student discourse around math. We are also, as you heard both of our principals talk about today, really working on building up the math knowledge and the ability of our principals to provide coaching to our teachers and feedback. So they are supporting the work that our teachers are doing in their PLCs and in the classroom. And we are continuing to gather feedback from our teachers and make adjustments to our implementation plan as we learn more about what it means to implement math with each grade level in each course. So to end, this is our timeline. You can see the work that has kind of moved through our system, starting with our junior high teachers in Math 7 and 8. this year moving into the Math 1 space, and then with plans to move into Math 2 and Math 3 as we move into the next school year. So we are currently in conversations with our teachers, with our Math ISS, our site leaders, and Amplify Desmos around the Math 2-3 and planning out what implementation and professional learning will look like for our teachers. So with that, I will bring us to a close.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment for this item, Mr. Bailey?
We do have two, York Shingle and Brianna Serrato.
Good evening, York Shingle, SBTA. As I was looking through this presentation, I'm wondering what happened to the data for students with disabilities for 2024 and 2025. That was missing. And I'm also wondering what student and educator experience is like using this new curriculum. If we can start gathering that data, incorporating it into these presentations, not just for math, but for anything that involves implementation in the classroom. We saw some feedback on professional learning, but how is the actual curriculum implementation going? Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Serrato.
Hello again. I wanted to give a shout out to my 7th grade daughter's math teacher at La Cumbre, Ms. Bushra. She has ignited my daughter's passion for math again. Her confidence is not only seen in her self-esteem, but in her grades and test scores. And while I don't personally know the other 2 math teachers, I can attest that the students and parents love Mr. Takaya's energy and humor at the monthly Lancer Learner assemblies. I thoroughly reviewed both the memo and the presentation and have honest confusion as to why the infographics are not the same for both documents. While I understand that the memo goes into more detail than the presentation slide deck, it has important text and graphics that are missing in the slide deck. Similarly, there are great infographics on the slide deck that are not included in the memo. This is something I see time and again in the memos compared to presentations, and in doing so often leaves out critical information from the memos. In this case, particularly, it happens to do students with disabilities. Sorry, pulling the memo back up. In the memo, it specifically states persistent equity gaps. While overall scores are improving, significant disparities remain, particularly for vulnerable populations. Students with disabilities, overall percentage meeting or exceeding the standard rose slightly from 10% in 2023 to 15% in 2025, but performance remains critically low. One of the other things that still remains to not be included, yet used to be included in these reports, is on the student population. Let's see, the demographic, the student groups, their race, if they are EML or if they are reclassified or they are SWD because they're a student with a disability. It's something that I had brought up back on July 22nd when the preliminary CAS math scores were presented, stating that we were once again missing the students with disability scores from that category. It's a large portion of our students. So again, you heard from a lot of the SPED parents tonight. Please bring the SPED students back into the spotlight, not have it just be performative piece of paper resolution that we're celebrating idea, but actually really looking into those students, not just our EML students or our ethnically based students based on the different charts, because those are what keep getting reported out. Thankfully, there was one specific slide in the slide deck, which wasn't in the memo report, which mentioned students with disabilities, but as President Shingle just mentioned, we're still missing that other longitudinal data. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to the board for questions. Any questions from the board? Mr. Vasquez.
As I just wanted to follow up a little bit about what Mr. Shingle mentioned about having student input. Is there kind of a procedure set in place for when there is an implementation of a new curriculum to have that student kind of feedback?
Yes. So one of the things we're doing, we have the privilege of doing, is we're working with a partner called Wested. And this was an MOU that we brought to the board, I think, a couple months ago. And this partnership with Wested is helping us create what they call a measurement system. And it does align with the request to have alternative or a variety of measurements that we're reporting out on. And one of the measurements that we will be working with them on is a student survey, because they are really guiding us to really see and understand the importance of what is the student experience, even at the granular level of how are students experiencing this focus on academic conversations or academic discourse, and having that survey really pinpoint not only frequency of it, but also comfort level with speaking in class and engaging in math conversations. So we're working directly with them to create that measurement system.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Oh, I see Dr. Beal, and then we can go to Ms. Caffrey.
Yes, that was a nice presentation. It was complicated though, because it was really about math outcomes in both elementary and secondary implementation. And so, as one of our commentators expressed, there's just so much to talk about and so hard to condense it into these presentations that are like every several months. My question is actually for the secondary junior high principals that are here. So Principals Foster and Barak. I recently read an article about college professors talking about the fact that their students who have been accepted to colleges barely have a grasp of middle school math when they get to college. And so my question is that the middle schools really receive students from different districts as well as different schools. And is there a conversation going on in terms of how to really, it's a conversation in terms of how are elementary school students being prepared so that when they go to the junior highs, there isn't such a heavy lift, because the elementary school curriculum is beyond implementation. It is what is being practiced now. And so the question I have for them is, are they finding that there is real difficulty in getting all the students up to standards and even beyond standards, which would be desirable, not just to standards? What can be done, or what needs to be done to get students there before they get to junior high, because it's a heavy lift?
Well, I think one thing that we did at La Colina last year is we did some learning walks with all of the Hope School District 6th grade team, and they have also implemented Amplified Desmos there at Hope. So that's for La Colina, one of our main, obviously, our partner districts. I think that students are still really coming in with a lot of varying skill levels, that it's kind of hard when the teachers are really working on the grade level standards, but then they still have students with skills that are kind of all over. One thing that is great about IXL, though, is when students take the diagnostic in IXL, it gives them an action plan with different skills that they can work on at their area, which is great for students that maybe aren't at grade level, but also for students that are above grade level, because they can really do that differentiation and keep working toward building their skills, but also going back if there's unfinished learning, like from 4th grade standards or 5th grade standards, it really breaks those down and gives them opportunities to practice. It's not maybe the most exciting thing. It's a lot of kind of drill and practice, but it is a good, way to start building those skills. It's a challenge. I think, like you said, we have so many students coming from so many different districts, and their experiences in math are so different, and depending on what grade they were in or what school they went to, or, it's something that we're trying to kind of establish like a kind of a baseline for when students come in, and then really start working on that skill practice in addition to, and at the same time as trying to teach the grade level standards. So it's a challenge for sure.
Principal Brock, you have, I think, maybe more of a representation of Santa Barbara Unified Elementary. Are you finding that there is a great variety in the different elementary schools feeding into your school?
Well, as it's been stated, our demographic is 90% socioeconomically disadvantaged. We feed exclusively from Santa Barbara Unified Elementaries, as you just mentioned. So I think our challenge is both similar to what Principal Foster just articulated, but also unique, just specifically to our community, and similar to what Ms. Foster was highlighting. For us, it's really about strengthening communication pathways with our feeder elementaries. We go out to our feeder elementaries at the end of last year, at the end of every year, and we have one-on-one meetings with those teams who share the data for our incoming 7th grade class. So we can go ahead and get a head start on identifying students that may need additional support as part of the transition. Secondly, another asset of the IXL program that we've been using at La Cumbre as well, similar to what Ms. Foster identified, is really using IXL to not only provide students with those action plans, but for us to create coordinated small group instruction both during the school day and after school to remediate those skill deficits that we're seeing.
Okay, that's helpful. And as I'm sure everybody recalls, or that was probably in the presentation, we've now added IXL to the elementary schools. So there may be a common language that can be spoken from the elementaries to the middle schools. But thank you for that response.
Ms. Caffrey.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Wilson and Dr. Wilson and Dr. Hughes for a very clear presentation. And then also to our principals for the information about your sites. I thought it was a really great presentation, and I appreciated also the connection to our LCAP goals. So thank you. And then I guess I have one question for our principals as well, which is they bring you here and then you get all the questions. So my question is just, it seems like you had a very fruitful collaboration working together, how you are thinking about that going forward, and will it be the junior high and also elementary school? How do you think about how principals work together on math going forward?
I think we really learned a lot from our collaboration and through our results-based leadership training and working on that small test of change. This year too, we engaged in some learning walks with our junior highs and with the high schools because they are in the first stage of implementation. So I think that was also very helpful. I wish, and hopefully our teachers will get to go too, because I think, the high school teachers this year now are feeling a lot of the things that our teachers felt, in the last couple of years. So you kind of see that progression, but the stronger we can, have our math outcomes be in junior high, we're really preparing our students because they really have to be successful at that Math 1 level, because that is such an indicator of how they're going to be successful moving forward. So I think the more we can have that collaboration and that strengthening of and sharing the learning, that is so valuable, and things we learn, even though at the junior high we are not on the block schedule, and that adds a whole nother layer of challenge for that. It's already accelerated. But just going forward, I think we have a really good model, and we're doing a lot of learning from each other, which I think is really positive.
No, I'm just going to second what Jen said there, and I think another aspect of the math initiative as well is really, I think, the ripple effects to other initiatives at the whole school level. Specifically, Jen identified how we're really honing our skills and expertise around understanding the student experience and working with. I also want to highlight Janet's work as well as our math TOSA to really hone our leadership acumen around looking at specifically feedback and working with Amplify Desmos to understand look fors in the classroom, and then also create alignment with our high school colleagues as well through these learning walks, and then having that work also impact what we're doing at the school level.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Any comments? I have Dr. Beal there, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Banning.
So I'm very excited about hearing all this coordinated work that is going on between principals, between schools, between grade levels. So my comment is going to be this. So we know that literacy and math, and we have agreed as a board that this is 2 out of our 4 goals, are fundamental skills that our students need as they move forward. And elementary to me is where, if we could get our students to a highly proficient level, I think we move forward in a really impactful way for the rest of their lives. And so I am curious about, as we receive IXL data, as we continue to have these conversations, what we can do to not just have the goal of having students just kind of just meet standards, but really get into those higher percentage brackets, because as students go into middle school and into junior high and high school, they have different interests. And if we could just have that very strong basic fundamental skill level as they go into those schools, I think that whatever they choose to do, this will stay with them, and we will see the effects in scores or whatever we choose to track in the secondary levels. So I have questions about, as time goes on, if we observe that if a school district is using Amplify Desmos math in 6th grade, I think 6th grade is really being junior high as being middle school. And I know that we have processes in place to really look at 3rd grade and 5th grade to really track those students, so that when they go to 6th grade, we can really do some, whatever you want to call it, catch-up work intervention, so they go to junior high with their skills. I think that we can ask ourselves questions as IXL data comes out, whether we should be considering Amplify curriculum. And I think that also speaks to what the SBTA president said, which is getting feedback from teachers and students. And so really keep having these conversations between everybody. And I think we can move this needle forward, and especially in elementary. That to me is a critical place.
Thank you. Mr. Banning?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation and for the people that have participated in giving us this information. I heard some phrases that I just want to repeat and comment on. I heard about common language. I heard about common curriculum. I heard about shared routines and high quality materials. I heard about excellent teachers and leaders. I heard about results-based leadership. All of these kind of things that we're hearing about, and they can tend to start sounding like we're hearing them again. But isn't that what common language is all about? And the results are coming out of that kind of thing. I was particularly interested in the comment about La Cumbre being entirely based on students coming from our own district. I'll bet there's more coordination than when you take 3 or 4 districts and move them into one place. I heard about learning walks and co-teaching site visits. I heard about compliance moving to shared vision. I heard about how local assessments and state assessments and PLCs and implementation data all works together. I just want to say thank you for the coordinated, integrated curricular work that's being done and the results that we're seeing. They're not spectacular. They're not going to turn us overnight into collapsing the achievement gap and jumping by 20%, but we're seeing remarkable growth. And we also saw something that was just a little bit of a teaser about what I think we're going to hear more about when we see more detail about the California dashboard. Thank you to, again, everybody that's involved with this work. It's remarkable. There is remarkable good news within this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Thank you all for all your hard work. I'll just give one small anecdote is today. So I'm going through the RBL training too. And today we had a couple of principals and elementary space come and talk to the group. I'm looking at our principals and, but it was really fascinating because it was tangible for the group there. We've only done 2 days. Today was the third day and everybody's really struggling with like, how do we make this real? Hearing the work that you all are doing as groups, the junior high space, the high school space, and the elementary space. And then I even think, and it's been highlighted here, they focused on 6th grade math for Latino students. But a lot of those interventions are going to benefit all students that feed into your schools. And I think that there's a lot of collaboration to be had there. But today, when we heard from the elementary principals, it was the first time that it kind of clicked on what alignment actually can do for organizations and a common shared goal. And each time that you all come and present or that we hear about what you're doing, it is more than encouraging. I think there have been a lot of investments and a lot of time and a lot of collaboration and discussion and investment and a little bit of like getting over the skepticism to really turn the ship. And we're starting to see the fruits of the labor that happened and started years ago. And I think we're starting to be able to show that to the community that this is worth it. And it is a lot of the work that you all are doing, that you're doing, that just as together aligned, it makes a difference. So thank you all for everything. And with that, I think you all can escape tonight's meeting and the rest of us are...
Thank you, Ms. Foster and Mr. Brock and Ms. Hollister.
Yes, thank you. All right, we're going to go to E3, Lincoln School presentation. We have a 15-minute presentation. I don't know if we could put that up on the clock. Welcome. We're going to set up the presentation here. I think we are all set. If you'd like to introduce yourself, you have 15 minutes. You got a clock right up there to the right, and there should be a clock, I think, at the podium.
Okay, well, I'll read through this and hopefully that will keep things on schedule.
Sounds great.
My name is Marvin Gibson, and first I want to say thank you to Dr. Maldonado and all the rest of the board members and everyone else who's here as well. But we're here to discuss the opportunity about the legacy of Lincoln Elementary School. And just so you know, I went to Lincoln Elementary School, and we've been working on this project for a little while now. And hopefully, as we go along, you see the videos, you'll see what I mean. But again, the legacy of Lincoln Elementary School, and also what it means to us, and what it meant to us as a community. And when I hear all the math teachers and stuff, I thought it was very impressive talking about their community of schools. Lincoln School was exceptional in that realm. We now have a movie, a video to share with you. It's titled What Lincoln Means to Me, with clips from myself, Bob Looney, Tommy Figueroa, Chuck Bischoff, Norma Arcelia, Campos Bernal, Raul, Cliff Lambert, Albert Leon, and he's here tonight as well, Alice Post, and Lanny Epstein. And they'll be prefacing, exactly what Lincoln meant to us, and we'll carry on from there. It was very specialized, and it still is. It was a lot of low-income families. How many people lived on Haley Street here? All right. And I know each and every one of them. It was just magic. It was the people, the teachers, our coach, the principals who made such an impression in our lives. It's really about a community. Those people made a difference in our lives. And I know it did mine. And I'm quite sure it did to everyone else who was here, to the point where I hope that we can take this even further, to not look back and not see those buildings. I don't think it's right. The standards of doing your very best for me came from Lincoln School. And I just really hope that we can continue to push forward to make something even more special out of this.
Santa Barbara was American Graffiti before they made the movie. We were kind of in a bubble. What do kids do that don't have a van? You know, we just couldn't imagine growing up without having a Bill Van Schack or a Frank Van Schack there to guide you or to support you. I used to always say there probably wasn't a family, on the east side at least, that Bill Van Schack didn't impact somebody in that family. In closing, I would like to say, I think we were all very fortunate to grow up in Santa Barbara.
We grew up next to the fire department, so we knew all the firemen. It was a great place to grow up. The supermarket across the street, we had the U.S. market, which were the Long brothers. We called them El Gordo y El Flaco. There's a heavy-set one and a thinner guy. My uncle would send me to bomb cigarettes, 25 cents a pack. I'd charge him a penny. Our arch rival was Franklin School, and they were a bigger school, you know, but we always went out there and gave it our best.
They played sports, and nobody wanted to play Lincoln because Lincoln kids were tough. What do you mean by that? He said, well, we played football on concrete, and we used to love to fall on the ground and take somebody down with us. So after that, I said, hey, that's pretty neat. At 9 o'clock, the boy club would close, and we would walk down quarantine. It must have been 30 kids, but these guys were all singing Poison Ivy or something like that song, and it was just a wonderful experience, and you knew you had protection from anything there. It was really, truly a neighborhood. You had Lincoln School, and you had Laguna Ballpark. Today, to see Laguna Ballpark, a parking spot for Santa Barbara City trucks and vehicles, that is the center of Santa Barbara. Lincoln was in the center of the community. If anything, we should rebuild Lincoln on that ground there.
I barely spoke any English, and I met Mrs. Shurtleff at first grade, and she would give me private little lessons in how to speak English. So if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have the love of education that I have today, and I wouldn't have continued my education into college. I have my bachelor's. I have a great career. So thanks to Lincoln School for that love that I have for education and good living, because Santa Barbara is the best. So very, very thankful for Lincoln School.
I'm thankful for Lincoln School because we had a music class with Miss Ochi, and I learned how to play tenor sax there. I went on to play in junior high and in high school.
I was one of those lucky ones. I used to walk to Lincoln School with Dorothy Brigani. I said, how blessed can you be? There is a God. You know, to be with Van at Lincoln Elementary School, the impact that he had not only on my lives, but lives of hundreds, if not thousands of kids was immeasurable. So even to this day, the impact that Bill Van Schack has had on my life, I live it. That Lincoln experience really opened the door for me to experience a life in a really different and very precious way.
Lincoln to me was a neighborhood. It was everybody combined. Great friendships and great memories. Something that I'm going to cherish the rest of my life. So that's what Lincoln means to me.
I talked my husband Todd into moving to Santa Barbara to raise our kids. And we came home. My mother and I were having a chat, and she said, you might want to read this book, The Home of the Wilson Wildcats by Frank Van Schack. It kind of changed my life, to be kind of corny, but it really did. I read it and I thought, no, it was wrong to tear those schools down. I thought it would be possible to get them back. And I started a group called Coalition for Neighborhood Schools. And our mission was to bring back Lincoln, Wilson, and Garfield schools. My mother was a peer of Frank Van Schack, both teachers. I would like to think that my mother had much of the same spirit Frank Van Schack had. It was a spirit that believed what public education meant to America. Everyone should get a free public education, no matter how much money they have, and it should be high quality. There should be music, reading, writing, and arithmetic, recess, and you should learn the 3 branches of government. The purpose of education was to create citizens in a democracy. It's a love for America. We do this because we care about whether our republic is going to survive.
I'm not an alumni of Lincoln, but I am an alumni of Roosevelt. I recall that Lincoln and Roosevelt were paired as schools when I was in elementary school. The only reason I speak is I agree totally with what you say. And Alice's group, the Committee Coalition for Neighborhood Schools, really wants to bring Lincoln back in terms of it's not an impossible dream. It's something that can happen. As school board members and others, they need to hear these words. We need to bring Lincoln School back.
Hello, my name is Alberto Leon, and thank you to Superintendent and board members and other distinguished people here. I was born here in Santa Barbara. I attended Lincoln School in 1959 on up. I went through ELS, well, ESL. I came from an immigrant family. I only spoke Spanish, but quickly, in kindergarten, I learned the language of English, and it started my career. It made me feel welcome. That's what Lincoln School did to me. It was a neighborhood of all ethnicities. There were Chinese, there were Black, there were white, there were Hispanics, there were Italians. It was a big mix of middle class students. And to see that go away in 1979 was very heartbreaking. I wasn't here. I had joined the military in 77, and so I wasn't here for that. But now I am. I'm back. My family roots have been here since 1920, and I'd like to see the Lincoln School become a Lincoln School again. And all I have right now is a t-shirt saying Lincoln School. And I'd like to see that come again. I know there's a need for a neighborhood school here in Santa Barbara, in the middle of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. I know this might sound a little bit abstract. However, one of the things that Alberto alluded to was the ethnicities or the makeup of Lincoln Elementary School. Being in a very, very, very diverse community, but yet a lot of underserved children. And I was one of those. There were the immigrants who came from different countries, but also too, there was a large migration of families and a small migration of families that were Black. And I was one of them. I was born in Midland, Texas. My father was from Louisiana, and they came here. I came here when I was 2 years old. But one of the unique things about attending Lincoln, whether people realize it or not, when you talked about having English as a second language, the way we taught school, the way the teachers were involved and so supportive, it was a structure that was really effective. And believe it or not, I took some of that structure and I applied it to my own family. I went on to graduate. I went to Santa Barbara Junior High, Santa Barbara High School, Santa Barbara City College, and off to Cal Poly Pomona, where I got my undergrad degree, Bachelor of Science, and Physical Education. Then I went up to the Bay Area and attended Golden Gate University for grad school. But one of the things is that structure that I learned at Lincoln. Shirley Wright, my first grade teacher, I'll never forget how she taught me how to organize things, about how I studied, and I applied that. And this wasn't in my little spiel, but hearing all the math teachers talk about math. Well, first of all, I'm the first to graduate from high school in my family. I'm the first to go to college, first to go to grad school. My son comes along, and he is the first to graduate from a major university, UCLA, but he also got accepted to many other schools, Vanderbilt, UPenn, UCLA, USC, and he majored in math computation. And he is now, one of the top employees for Meta as a data analyst and algorithmic research. And that structure that they taught me at Lincoln Elementary School apply to my son. And that's another reason why I'm here. And I wanted to let all those people who are talking about math, that it's the structure. And it has to start very early, but you have to have institutions who are willing to do that. And that's what Lincoln did for us. They really grabbed us by the hand, not just the academic part, but the teachers, the coaches, the principals. Our principals took us down to, it was not Disneyland, but I forgot what it was, Knott's Berry Farm. I have pictures of them where he took my best friend, Floyd, Ricky Lopez, Tommy Figueroa, all of us. They really embrace this and help us embrace that structure. And to this very day, I can tell you it works. And whenever I look at my son and the fact that he's sitting here doing all of these data analysis and algorithmic functions, I think, what type of school would do that? And you have to do it very early on. And so he started math very early. And that was incited in myself, but also my wife contributed greatly also to that, to make sure that, he had every opportunity to excel. And again, for me, this came from Lincoln Elementary School. We have some slides that we wanted to present as well. So with the slides, there's 4 slides there, and it's just one saying, thank you for granting us our ask to have an agenda item tonight to preserve the legacy of Lincoln Elementary School. And the other 3 remaining ask. Number 2, a resolution acknowledging the benefits of Lincoln Elementary School and what it provided. And then number 3, a resolution to acknowledge the desert, I'm hungry too, of elementary school sites in the center. And number 4, to reopen Lincoln School. Honestly, I never thought I would be saying this, but Lincoln Elementary School never left me. All the way through school, when I played football, I was so proud to tell my friends, when I was down at Cal Poly, or even when I went out to the Bay Area. And incidentally, I still live in the Bay Area, and I live in a very small community, just like Santa Barbara. I wanted my son to have that type of community support. It's a little small place called Pleasanton, and the schools there are just dynamite. And, to see all the kids and all of his friends, went on, some were in engineering and mathematics, and these are public schools. The elementary schools are just so profound. And I saw that in Lincoln Elementary School, and I wanted my son to have that. And it's because of Lincoln Elementary School. And
Thank you.
Say thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Banning, public comment.
Yes, we do. However, in a point of order, I'd like to draw the board's attention to bylaw 9323 meeting content, which in part reads, the board believes that late night meetings deter public participation, can affect board's decision-making ability, and can be a burden to staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned by 10:30 p.m. unless otherwise extended to a specific time determined by a majority of the board. The meeting shall be extended no more than once, and if necessary, may subsequently be adjourned to a later date. We have probably at 3 minutes per card, another 35 minutes of public comment for this evening. This isn't the end of business for us. There are 8 for your topic alone, and then there's another 4 cards. So I'd like to call for a advisory vote by the board to extend the meeting by a given amount of time, so that we may be in line with our own bylaw.
Okay. A little bit of guidance from Ms. Powell on what just a motion is fine.
Well, that's without any board conversation or any other votes, so I would expect rather, right, I agreed.
Ms. Caffrey.
May I make a comment? I feel like because all of Lincoln is here and has waited, it would be great to finish their item, but then I think perhaps ending the meeting and having another meeting to finish the content. I would support that. I think it's very reasonable not to go.
We have our sunshine letters on this agenda that will affect negotiations. I'm reluctant to just say we're going to end the meeting after this next item. I am open to extending the time, but it seems like I understand it's a board bylaw. It's a weird thing that we've never brought up ever before, but Dr. Beal.
So because of the important business that is on our agenda, I do not support ending the meeting early. We do have to do that business. Is it possible to not give 3 minutes? We've listened to a very full 15-minute presentation about the school, and I feel that this is not something we're voting on. This is something that we're hearing about. And if it were to ever come back to the board in a different way, I think that we can entertain public comment again. So can we have an abbreviated public comment time to honor our time and our need to do extra business, or the usual business? I shouldn't say extra business.
Yes, we can reduce it to 90 seconds. I will just comment, we're wasting so much more time to discuss this. So I'm just going to put
I'm sorry, I
on
don't
the
believe
table.
this is wasting time. I believe it's establishing standards that have been out of line for a long time here. I'm not unwilling to extend it. I simply want us to do it by the bylaw. I will make a motion to extend the end time to no later than 11:30.
Yes, I'm on board with extending the time till 11:30. Do we have a second? Second, I second. Okay, Mr. Banning.
All in favor?
No, Mr. Banning, give a roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Ms. Munoz.
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey.
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Dr. Beal. I'm an aye.
Aye.
Okay, can we go to public comment? It's going to be 90 seconds per person.
Joel Block, followed by Roseanne Crawford, followed by Elijah Lizelle.
Okay, so I've looked over the printed presentation and heard what people have said, and I want to share some thoughts about it. I don't doubt the validity of anything that was said in front of the board, and I do believe that what they're trying to do has merit, is important for the district and the community, and with one exception, that the asks should be seriously considered. As part of the fourth ask, which they left out, even though it was on the written, they didn't orally present, they're suggesting that La Cuesta be relocated to Santa Barbara City College or some other venue. I'm not sure why they focus on moving La Cuesta, other than maybe it's not because it's not a neighborhood school and would be the most convenient bureaucratically and logistically. However, it raises significant issues. First, the district claims that any moves, policies, etc., are done with the goal of doing what is best for the students, but nowhere in the presentation to say why that would be good for the La Cuesta students. One of the main points was that reopening Lincoln would meet the needs of inner city, economically disadvantaged students, minorities. Well, that may be true. How does that moving La Cuesta students help that group, of whom approximately 92% are both non-white and 86% are economically disadvantaged? If the district is concerned with declining attendance, and would moving La Cuesta help? I doubt it. Finally, I think any decision on moving La Cuesta is made, there must be significant effort to determine whether that will be in the benefit of the students.
Thank you, Mr. Block.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roseanne Crawford.
I'm Roseanne Crawford. Excuse me, Roseanne Guerrero. It's late, Crawford. As a member of the Coalition of Neighborhood Schools, I want to emphasize, so there's no misunderstanding, I am supporting this idea as only part of a master plan that needs to be updated. Declining enrollment along with the demographics have changed in the last 50 years. Our current boundaries were put in place back in the early 70s as an opportunity to move school boundaries. And it makes no sense to bus children a half an hour to an hour away from their homes, not to mention the expense to the district. It's actually discriminating. Think about that. Neighborhoods over the years have become integrated with the increased real estate values. On April 15, 2002, Santa Barbara News Press published a 5-part special series by Camila Cohey, staff writer at the time. It's in the archives. She's since worked at the Santa Barbara County Education Office as a public information officer. So 53 years ago, about in 1972, the controversial moves to redraw district boundary lines were put in place to bus students in response to a disintegration integration plan that Blas Garza was in charge of. He stayed with the district 35 years. Subsequently, he realized and admitted at the time of the News Press series that integration plan was not successful and only perpetuated white flight in most schools. Failure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention and time.
Elijah Lozelle, followed by Tom M. Spoker and Brianna Serrato.
Hello, my name's Elijah Lozelle. I'm a local. I live about 5 blocks from here. I have 2 students that actually go to Monroe up on the Mesa and have to do transportation. It takes about, I would say, about 25 minutes for them to take their bus ride up there, as well as they make it about 5 minutes before the first bell. I have to usually rush things in the morning to be able to get them ready for school and such by the time their bus comes around 7:50. And my whole point is having a school like Lincoln close to the community would help a lot of like low-income children like mine and others that are in my local community. I've never spoken like this before, so forgive me for being a little stuttery.
You have about 30 seconds.
That's pretty much all I really have to say. I do hope they make a good decision on this.
Thank you. Brianna Serrato, followed by Alice Post and Nubia Carvajal.
Hi again, Brianna Serrato. I wanted to say that I completely supported action item 2 request of having the historical information about Lincoln School and having all that context. I think that would be great for the district, especially hearing about the diversity of the student population and the neighborhood. However, I strongly am against number 4 of not only the points brought up about moving La Cuesta, one small point with it of suggesting it for City College. It's La Cuesta's the school with the students that are having difficulties, so putting them as underage children over on the college campus isn't the best idea. And also knowing from the Sikh side of things, the district already had issues trying to put the adult WIN program students, the students that were between the ages of 18 and 22 graduated high school, finding a suitable location for them that wasn't McKinley Elementary School, which this year they're at a new spot, which is amazing, but that just dynamic. And also we're already talking about potentially having to close schools because of budget cuts and declining enrollment. So I'm hoping the district isn't going to be using money for staff reporting to do a full logistic on this for what sounds like a great ideal and a memory of a school, but doesn't necessarily opening up another Lincoln school isn't actually going to bring all of that back for the children.
Thank you. Alice Post, followed by Nubia Carbajal and Tony Leon. Not sure about the first name.
Hi. I'd like to say there's two sides to the La Cuesta question. The people that we know that support this very much from La Cuesta aren't here to speak tonight, and you'll be hearing from them. These are the names of the statements of support which we received to reopen Lincoln at 710 Santa Barbara Street. And the reason it's there is because that's 1 block away from where Lincoln School was. So it would be a true replacement of a neighborhood school. Location is everything. Location is not everything to La Cuesta students. But I'm not going to get into that. These are the names of our statements of support. Most of them are Lincoln alums. Luis Alvero, Manuel P. Andrade, Blanca Flor Castro Benedict, Norma Berklin Cuellar, Dorothy Briganti, Yolanda Covarrubias, Rodney Chavez, Aurora Andrade de la Torre, Sari Dominguez, Melissa Elias, Ramon Elias, Danielle Escobar, Ramona Escobar, Raul Figueroa, Barbara Barnett Lang, Tony Leon, Julie Mackey, Lorenzo Martinez.
Your time is up. Thank you.
There's many more names.
Nubia Carbajal, followed by Tammy Leon or Tony Leon. I apologize. I can't read the first. Is it Tony? Okay.
My name is Nubia, and I support the Reopen Lincoln campaign. Growing up, I attended a public neighborhood school in Orange County, Santa Ana. Not quite an affluent neighborhood. It was a joy and a treasured core memory walking to school with my siblings. I truly know the value of neighborhood schools for underprivileged children. Tonight, I'm going to read a letter we received from Linda Bosch, who went to Lincoln in the 1950s and now lives in Texas. She's participating tonight via live stream. Hi, Linda. Linda says, Uncle Twig, aka Bob Looney, and I had the opportunity to work with Bill Banchak and Mrs. Alice Sheldon from 1959 through 1966. I worked with Mrs. Sheldon in the Recreation Center teaching the upcoming superstars of the future. We learned together what it was like to participate in sports, how it was good sportsmanship that would either win or lose a game. This is what makes a great athlete. Mrs. Sheldon also worked with the Lincoln School girls. We went swimming in Bill Van's pool where we had picnics. Some of the girls even learned how to swim. We took trips to Four Bush Flats where we planted trees after Santa Barbara had the big wildfire. I believe it was the Coyote Fire of 1964. Can't wait for Lincoln School's new beginning. I've experienced so many wonderful teachers, peers, and memories coming from Lincoln School. I graduated in 1958. I wish we had the teachers we had back then and put them into that spot there. This completes Linda Bosch's statement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tony Leon.
Hello, my name is Tony Leon, and thank you very much for extending the time. I know this evening's really, there's a lot of topics and you guys have a lot of work to do, but I am in favor of a solution to open a downtown school. It just sounds like a community that could really pull together. I was part of that group of being bussed away, and then our family did move to the Mesa, and so my elementary experience, I think I fell through I was going to be challenged with school anyways, but I think going to different schools brought a lot more challenge, and I think I always felt like I was a nice guy, so I just kind of like, kind of got, I felt like I had friends, but academically, boy, it was tough. So that transition to junior high, to Santa Barbara High and whatnot, it worked out, but boy, I think if I had a community where I would be there from K through 6, would have been a very positive memory for myself. But anyways, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it back to the board for any questions that they have. Oh, come on up.
There's a speaker's.
Come on up.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Todd Amspoker. I'm a 27-year resident of Santa Barbara. My 3 children all went to Santa Barbara Public Schools. So I did 2 things in preparation for tonight. First, I looked at the district's transportation plan, which indicates for next year you're going to spend almost $4.5 million on transportation in the district. I also looked at your elementary school boundaries, and notably, we've got kids from downtown who are shipped across town, across the McKinley elementary school boundary, across the Washington school boundary, over to Monroe. We've got kids farther east downtown who are shipped across the Monroe downtown area, across the McKinley downtown area, over to Washington. So I guess I have several questions that I would respectfully request the board and staff consider. Is it a good use of public funds to spend $4.5 million shipping people across, shipping little kids across town, spending as much as an hour a day in a bus to get to schools that are not in their neighborhood? Also, is it a good idea, do you think, to be shipping little children across town? Yeah, thank you. And I think those things should be considered. What Lincoln School had was a neighborhood, and that's what's missing now. And I think that that's something that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it back to the board for any questions that you have. Ms. Caffrey.
So for me, the Lincoln School presentation brings up a bigger question about enrollment and facility planning and how we think about that in our district. And so I'm not asking for answers to these questions today, but I'm just asking how we'll get answers to these questions. So basically, this I sent ahead of time, but I don't think was included in the board. So anyway, so Bellwether, they recently put out a report for California districts navigating declining enrollment. And it basically is a long report, but it includes a to-do list. Like, how does the district project enrollment at the school level? What are the patterns of enrollment growth or decline district-wide and in specific schools, neighborhoods, or grade levels over the next 5 to 10 years? How are the district's demographics of student populations changing over time? How are the changing needs and interests of the district students likely to evolve as enrollment declines? What types of school or system redesign will best support the district's future enrollment patterns and the needs and interests of students? So for me, I think this is part of a broader question, which is, thinking about all of our facilities and our needs of the students and the questions of walkability, neighborhood, are our schools, include a mix of students, the open enrollment question and capacities of schools? I mean, I think it's all really very connected, and the Lincoln presentation just brings up a lot of questions for me that I would love, here it has like specific things that we could do. Agendize a board discussion about enrollment changes at least annually. Develop a consistent reporting structure to track enrollment changes over time. Contracting with an analytic partner if necessary. Engage with the community to understand the evolving needs and interests of students. So I think we know that our district is changing, but we don't have specific information on what is happening as our enrollment has declined, and how do we make sure our schools are vibrant and going forward. So that's just a question I'd like to open up. I'm not saying anything in specific about opening or not opening Lincoln. All I'm saying is I think we need a much broader understanding of our facilities usage, needs, our enrollment patterns, our capacity of schools, and how we think about the programs that we are offering across all of our schools. So, yeah. So I'm wondering, at some point, I'd like to have that as part of the board agenda.
Dr. Beal.
So I'm going to make one point of clarification because this is a public conversation. We don't spend 4-point-something million on transporting our students across district lines. Much of that budget is actually spent on transporting special education students because that is part of their IEP plan and part of our obligation to transport students. And so that is a big part of that transportation budget. So I think we need to really deal with facts when we present information to the public. And so I think that clarification is important. The question I have is very similar to Board Member Caffrey's, which is in other public comment tonight, there is a discussion about what our schools mean to us. I support the idea that this group wants to create an environment that is positive for our students. I think that is what I get out of this presentation, that they had great support and they want to recreate this environment for the students of Santa Barbara. And the discussion becomes incredibly complex when you start talking about how could this happen for this one school. And I feel that we do have, as Board Member Caffrey mentioned, enrollment changes. We also have a charter school in the middle of our district that has a boundary that cuts right in the middle of our district. And so this becomes very quickly a really complex discussion. So I do agree with Board Member Caffrey that at some point we need to have a community discussion with our community about things like open enrollment and school boundaries and how and demographics and what we want. And when we say we as board representatives of the community, what we want for our students, our children. And so I think that really my comment or question is at some point, I think we need to, and my question is, have a community forum about that, not now, but sometime in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz.
Yes, thank you, President Escobedo. I am listening, to how Lincoln School was significant to those who attended, and I certainly recognize the history of it, having, been born and raised here in Santa Barbara. I have concerns about Alta Vista School and La Cuesta and how it would affect the students that attend there. I think it's an ideal school site for them, for the teachers for various reasons. One is it's a neutral area and a safe place for many students that are at risk, that have the small school environment that really suits their needs. And so I do have that concern, and I think for myself, as a board member, I think we need to prioritize that and listen to those concerns of displacing students of diverse backgrounds, and that have experienced much trauma. And do we need to consider re-traumatizing them?
Thank you. Any other comments?
I want to acknowledge the passion of the people that are in this coalition of neighborhood schools and the interest that you have in support for public education, your own in particular, and say thank you for being engaged with the community. I too have a lot of questions about what it would take and what makes sense. And so I agree with the comments I've heard from Trustee Caffrey and Beal today. In regard to needing much more information. I also have similar concerns about the displacement of the students in the current programs and that type of thing, and all of the questions about what the bureaucratic and regulatory responsibilities of closing and opening and building and changing schools. This would be a gigantic lift. Even if everybody said right now we thought it would be a great idea, it would be decades of bureaucracy to do something like that. So that said, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but we need a lot more information before the asks that were up on that screen can become anything other than points of interest.
Mr. Vasquez.
Yeah, I have more of a comment on the general idea about having that kind of diverse community in the school, because I do, yeah, I don't know, I'm not exactly sure about this, having this, Lincoln School in specific, but I think the idea of having that diversity, I will say, as being a student in the district for 4 years, the divide of our schools, I mean, I'm sure is most definitely felt by every student in the district. And so I want to, just if anything, emphasize what Dr. Beal said about having a community discussion, and place emphasis on that, if anything, because yeah, I think it's definitely felt by every student in the district. And so whether that's solved through, I mean, I recognize how much of a restructuring of our district something like this would be. But yeah, definitely just having that conversation as soon as possible, I think.
Thank you. I too want to thank you all for coming and presenting and really educating the public on the importance of Lincoln School. I am supportive of the community conversation around open enrollment in particular, because I think there are some real inequities that open enrollment has allowed in our school district. And so I do want to echo support for that. I look at the asks in the proposal tonight, and I could be supportive of acknowledging in some way the importance of Lincoln School. And we've heard it previously before. I believe when I've seen a presentation about some of the historic institutions for the Black and African American community in Santa Barbara, and Lincoln School was one of them. So maybe there is a way for us to acknowledge that history. I think as a representative, it is really important for me to be honest, and it's to say this. Neighborhood schools and the idea of them philosophically, absolutely in support. I think the reality is adding another school is not on the table for the school district in the future. In fact, when you look at declining enrollment and the expenses that it would take to open up a school, we're actually looking at probably fewer schools. And that's a really tough thing for me to say and for me to acknowledge, but that is the reality, that as a school district with finite resources, opening up another school is quite an expensive prospect, and one that even with additional information would not change the outcome. And I have to be honest with you about that. I think we absolutely can provide for our students all of the things that Lincoln School was to you in providing that place of belonging, but providing the school itself is not one that I think that this school district can provide. In the memory and the commemoration of what it meant for the community, I think that is a place where the school district can make some headway. And if there were support from the board, I think that is something that we could support. So I know it's not the easiest thing to hear, but I do need to be honest with you about what it is that we could responsibly do for the school district and for the kids in our community. And unfortunately, opening up Lincoln School is not one of them. But I am really appreciative of you being here and the presentation and the care and just what Lincoln School meant to you. And perhaps there's a way for us to acknowledge that. So any additional comments from the board? Ms. Caffrey?
So I'm wondering if we could, and maybe I just formally request that we do this kind of enrollment study so we have a better sense and can start to link our facilities with our enrollment, and also understand the usage of every building, because I think that is a key piece. And I think what Lincoln School is saying is basically that it would be helpful to have a downtown school, but that doesn't mean. I just feel like we need a better understanding of the landscape, and then we could have a conversation like, what are our current facilities? How far are kids traveling? Are some of our schools underused? Are some schools over capacity? How do we think about the future for the next 5-10 years? So just, I guess I'd like to put in a formal request for a dive into our enrollment demographics for the next 5-10 years and associating that with our facilities plan.
Is there anyone, Ms. Munoz?
Yeah, I appreciate, your interest in that. I think that it would be something that I could not support in terms of the use of staff time for that. I think if anything, we're going to be looking at, the declining enrollment and the utilization of the schools that we have that are open, the charter school, the elementary schools, I'm not going to name them off, all of them off right now, but just in terms of the declining enrollment that we could see in the years to come, I just don't see that as an efficient use of staff time.
Yeah, I'm going to clarify what I was saying. No, I wasn't saying specifically on Lincoln School. This is a broader scan of our enrollment.
Right.
Yeah.
I meant in general.
Oh.
I mean in general in terms of what's to come.
All right. I'm going to let Dr. Beal speak, and then we're going to conclude this conversation.
I will say that we actually, I don't think anybody's advocating for having this discussion right now, but we are being asked other things about enrollment. So this discussion will need to happen because this open enrollment issue has come up. And if we do have declining enrollment, I know that I've heard that maybe the California population is leveling out. So we really don't know what's going to happen over the next year or two in terms of what our schools are going to look like. And so I do think we have to have this conversation. And I do feel committed as a board member to including the community in our conversations. So I feel that we will have to have it sometime, not in the far future, actually probably within the next year or two. And so I'm not asking the superintendent to direct resources to it right this minute. But as we talk about finances moving forward, this conversation is likely going to become more important.
Dr. Maldonado, do you have something to add?
Thank you, everyone. Because we stated earlier, I'd be factual about what's possible and what's not. There is Ed Code, Education Code, that was adopted that states on or before July 1st, 1994, the governing board of each school district, as a condition for the receipt of school apportionments for the state school fund, shall adopt rules and regulations establishing a policy of open enrollment within the district for residents of the district. This requirement does not apply to a school district that has only one school or a school district with schools that do not serve any of the same grade levels. So we actually have Education Code that sets that in motion. And so I'd like to just make sure that's on the record as we think about what's possible or not, and not opening a conversation that we really don't have jurisdiction over.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Not seeing any. Thank you all. We're going to close this item, E3, and we're going to move to F1, public hearing. We have the first reading, sunshining of Santa Barbara Unified School District to reopen contract negotiations with California School Education Association, Chapter 37. We have Mr. Tedeschi coming up to the podium.
Good evening. I'm here representing Human Resources this evening. And this is the first read of our sunshine document with our Chapter 37 of California School Employee Association. Thank you, Mr. Ken Rivas, for sticking around this evening. And the district will be opening Article 9, wages, Article 41, health and welfare benefits as required by the contract. And we'll also be opening Article 19, transfers, and 25 holidays. So this will come back pending the public hearing this evening, come back for a second read at the next meeting.
Thank you. Any public comment for this item? No public comment for this item. Any comments? Not seeing any. We'll close F1 and we will go to G1, second reading and adoption of Board Policy 6141.2, recognition of religious beliefs and customs. Mahmood implementation.
I'd like to start this item. Today, I want to speak to you not only as your superintendent, but I want to bring with me my friends, family members, and loved ones in my personal and professional life who are part of both the whole community and the LGBT plus community. Tonight, we have heard all of the district challenges that we have to ensure that all students feel welcome, included, and that they belong. It's a big challenge that we face in our district. And I know the pain of feeling excluded and unwelcomed as an immigrant or a non-proficient English speaker. No student should ever feel this way. And I want to be sure that we continue to strive for a welcoming district that knows every child by name, face, and story. We have been that district before, and we heard that tonight. Tonight, as we bring forward a required board policy change reflecting a Supreme Court ruling from June, although we must make this administrative adjustment, I want to be profoundly clear. I stand in opposition to any attempt to erase the humanity of the LGBT plus community. The great civil rights activist James Baldwin wrote, "We can disagree and still love each other, unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist." While we may be required to formalize an opt-out rule, we cannot and we will not silence or try to change who our students and staff are. Let me be unequivocal about what guides us. Our district's foundational values are love, justice, and humanity. Those are non-negotiable. The policy we bring today was shaped by collective feedback from our teachers and principals, as well as the public comments we have heard throughout the last couple of months, and every single voice was critical. Working through issues like this together is how our district will meet this moment, to ensure every single child has every chance to thrive, especially those in the LGBTQ plus community, and I want them to know they belong every day. The relationship building work is not only for some of us, but for all of us. And tonight I have heard that is the desired from our teachers, our staff, and our community. And thank you for listening, and I will now pass on to our general counsel to speak to the board policy in more detail.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. So as I think everybody is aware at this point, this past June, the Supreme Court issued the Mahmood decision holding that public schools must provide parents advance notice and an opportunity to opt their children out of lessons that conflict with their moral or religious beliefs. From that moment forward, the decision became binding law, and compliance with its legal requirements at this time is not a discretionary act or preemptive. After the decision, the district began working on a plan to implement it, including a review of Board Policy 6141.2 that's before you tonight. The board saw the first draft of that BP in September. Since then, staff have held extensive listening sessions with teachers through the instructional council, principals, librarians, and staff and the board have heard extensive public comments at board meetings. We've also reviewed and aligned with the practices of our neighboring districts, and particularly our neighboring K-12 districts. Based on this feedback, the revised board policy closely tracks the legal requirements of Mahmood in just a few sentences and adds language reaffirming the district's commitment to diversity, inclusion, and non-discrimination. The admin regulation and exhibit that are enclosed with the materials show how we plan to carry out the policy. Those don't require board approval, but we wanted to show them to you all and to the public for context. And to summarize briefly, the implementation plan: families will receive notice of their right to opt out of lessons. They can exercise that right by submitting a short written form that identifies the lesson for opt-out. Students who opt out will participate in district-developed alternate lessons. We plan to continue implementation work throughout November and December. including compiling lists of curricular materials, developing those alternate lessons, and we also plan to maintain a centralized FAQ to address staff and community questions. Full implementation will begin in January, and staff recommend adoption of the revised board policy.
Thank you. Is there public comment for this item?
Yes, I have two comment cards, Joel Block and Tanya Mark.
Before I start, sorry to extend the night. I believe that if the board felt the need to create a policy to meet the Supreme Court ruling, what you have presented is workable and probably the best we could come up with. However, I think it raises significant questions that need to be dealt with. One, will all courses have to comply with the requirements stated, or only those whose curriculum might implicate religious belief? If so, which courses? What sort of items will be required to include in syllabus? Does it only include official course texts and materials, or anything presented in class, such as videos, online resources, etc.? If I show a video or teach material about lynching and show an image of the KKK wearing a cross, or show a burning cross or something similar, do I need to first state that in my syllabus and then also give advance warning, so to speak, to everybody involved in my class and their parents? Will the district be creating an example syllabus for each course that might be implicated by Mahmoud, or will teachers be expected to create the syllabi without district guidance? And what further guidance can we as teachers expect from the district? Much of the time, the district rolls out a new policy or a new curriculum or a new program without a lot of guidance for teachers until after the rollout. I would seriously urge the district to have one of its professional days soon, since you've stated that it's going to be fully implemented in January, to be actually devoted to these questions and maybe others. If we don't do it, I feel that it will lead to serious consequences. Teachers won't really know what they need to do. I mean, I teach practically every course I teach is going to be implicated by this. I teach African American history. I teach all kinds of world history, U.S. history, government, economics. Any one of those things could, at some point, implicate somebody's religious beliefs, as well as what do we do with ethnic studies, which almost always is going to implicate somebody's belief. Now, some of it will cross over to what we call the controversial issues. And I know we have policy related to that, but there's going to be a crossover. And I think we as teachers need a lot of guidance. I just know that everyone I talk to, we have no idea what we're going to be able to do or need to do, even with this policy, which again, I don't object to. It's just how do we implement it, I think is really the issue. Thank you.
Tanya Mark.
One moment, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Tanya Mark, they, them. The queer community is not new to fighting for their rights. Last year, students and staff put their hearts, time, and effort into drafting what this district ended up voting into record and is known as the Santa Barbara Unified School District Pride Resolution of 2025. The following is an excerpt from that resolution, whereas SBUSD works to honor all students, staff members, and families who identify as LGBTQ2IA+, fostering a welcoming school climate where they can live their authentic lives and be treated with dignity and respect. If you allow blatant discrimination of this community in our Santa Barbara public schools in favor of individual families' belief systems, you are working in direct contradiction of the SBUSD Pride Resolution. And let's be honest, there is a lot of work this district already needed to put in to be compliant with that resolution. A resolution should not just be words, it requires action and accountability. I understand that this is something that you can't avoid, but when you erase an entire people, you engender fear and hate. Solo el pueblo, salva el pueblo. Only the people can save the people. Think about that. And now I'm done talking to a board that frankly I don't believe will stand up for our community despite having plans in place. So instead, I'd like to address the community, the LGBTQ2+ students and staff of our community. I know you might be tired, frustrated, sick of fighting for what others are so easily given, but we are strong, we are resilient, and we can depend on each other. No matter what happens tonight, we will continue to fight for not only our basic rights, but for our very existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn it back to the board for any questions that they have. Ms. Caffrey.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I thought it was excellent. So just a quick question about implementation and how teachers can understand how the policy will impact them on a day-to-day basis.
I will take it.
Okay.
The first part is adopting the policy. And then the second part to that will be that we have prepared documents, training for principals and for our staff to then roll out. As Mr. Block has said, there will be time identified after January where we will make sure that everybody gets all of the training they need to know how to answer the questions that were raised. In addition to that, we will be publishing and frequently asked questions document on our website. So as people have more questions or things come up that we need to address, we will make sure that we have that information publicly as well. But there is definitely a rollout professional development plan. Did you want to add anything else?
I wanted to acknowledge the request around an exemplar syllabus or syllabi. And that request also came from our listening sessions with our teacher librarians also recommended that. So that is something that we will have in place to be able to provide teachers with so that they know exactly what the expectations of that syllabus will be.
Dr. Beal.
So my question has to be, I have two questions. One is for Superintendent Maldonado. We heard from Mr. Block that basically that if this policy goes into effect in January, if it is approved, that the professional development happen before it is approved, because then teachers are then held accountable for the policy that we have created. So is there going to be a coordination of effort that this professional development happens as soon as it goes into play?
We will have to coordinate that with our principals. I don't know that we're going to be able to do it before January, given the Thanksgiving holiday coming up, and then 3 weeks in December of instructional time. And there's no professional development days identified that I'm aware of between now and then. So that's why we envision the implementation starting in January with guidance to teachers. Currently, there is an expectation that all teachers have a syllabus for their classrooms. We're not asking them to change it. We're not asking them to do anything different than they've already been asked to do. Similarly, for elementary, we're gathering all the unit themes and topics that are part of our adopted curriculum, and any supplemental materials that teachers may have will also be needed. But that will be part of us continuing to do the things that we have done and giving opportunity to parents who need to opt out to tell us from those lists that should already be in place, what is it that they would like to opt out of. So we don't see this as big a lift as we may imagine, because some of those are practices that should already be in place.
Okay, and so that really leads me to my second question. And this is that, so there are obviously going to be a lot of questions. And so one of the commitments we have made is having as much clarity and transparency for everybody involved. So will our teachers and staff have access to Dr. Wilson as well as legal counsel to ask these compliance questions, as we are not going to be able to do a complete professional development? I feel that there does need to be an avenue, and there need to be people identified that they can ask very specific questions of.
So yes, we will start with our typical procedures. We expect our principals to begin to gather any of those questions and send them to us. If people need more support, then the principal is the first point of contact. Then after that, they would go to Dr. Wilson. And if we need to involve our legal counsel, Ms. Powell, then we will do that depending on the nature of the concerns that are raised.
So as you mentioned, teachers already have curriculum for their classes, but they may have several doubts as to whether their curriculum fulfills a requirement of allowing families to opt out. So I think there are going to be some really very specific questions that are going to come up. So I will reiterate that if teachers want to be able to show or send their curriculum to a person to get reassurance that it is adequate, then they should have a person identified, or at least I probably can't be a one-person job, but that there be some very clear guidelines on whom they can send their curriculum to and receive feedback on.
Ms. Powell needs to give you clarification. That's not exactly quite the way it's going to work.
Yeah, so Dr. Beal, I just wanted to clarify that we're not going to be asking teachers to identify which of their lessons or their instructional materials might implicate Mahmoud. We're going to ask them to give us everything, and then we're going to give parents everything. They can go through everything, and then they can figure out what, if anything, they want to opt out of. So the teachers will not have to be making any sort of call about like what religion and what book and how they might conflict with each other. But I think we hear your point that it's, although these materials should already exist, there may be some coordination and so we're going to put together the exemplars. And I do still think that the routing should be through the principals, but we're kind of still working on a system, like a database where the lists of materials can be dropped. And so those kind of details are not quite there yet, but the teachers will not have to be making discretionary calls about how the ruling intersects with their lessons.
And that's actually my point, which is maybe they will say, do I have to now create a plan? I think there's confusion and there's anxiety. And so my point is, how do we reduce the confusion and anxiety? Because that turns into a totally different conversation, which is already happening. So we're just trying to make a path that is easy for the teachers and staff to follow.
Yeah.
One more comment to that, and I want to make sure that I address what Mr. Block said. We're not going to be going into an exercise of doing that heavy lift because we have other opt-outs of curriculum in the health curriculum. And there's places where parents, for example, for Halloween, we have parents whose religious beliefs are that they don't want their children participating. So we have several areas in our parent handbook where parents can opt out of celebrations or just the things that I just mentioned. So we're taking the same approach. We're not going to we don't intend to police teachers. We trust our teachers to make the right decisions. And we know that their syllabi reflects what they teach. And the ethnic studies is already adopted curriculum. We're going to share with our families, here's what's being taught. You tell us, because otherwise we would have to know everybody's religion. So it's actually a flip script. So, but what I hear your point to be is we have to be utterly clear when we talk to teachers about that. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez.
Just a quick clarifying question. For the students who would be opted out of these, would they be like pulled out of the classroom, or what would that look like?
So yes, there would be an alternate setting for students to be able to participate in an alternate activity or lesson, similar as we do for our health curriculum. at the junior high level. So there is alternate curriculum or activities actually the students engage in that aren't related to the adopted text.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Who's going to be responsible for creating that curriculum or those alternative activities?
So for the core curriculum, so anything that's core that is district adopted, those would be created by the district staff. So a team within the Ed Services Department would create those. We already, so I do want to just acknowledge what Dr. Maldonado said in terms of like our core literature. So in English language arts, there are parents who already look for an exemption or an opt-out for some of our core literature novels. So that already does happen. And so we do have alternate novels that students would read in replacement of the one that they want to opt out of. So it wouldn't be like a big, I guess, lift to create alternate or have alternate texts or activities related to them. And then for the supplementary materials, those we would have to look at differently because those are different depending on teachers or depending on maybe even school sites or grade levels. And so we would need to work with the principal to talk about how those individual supplementary lessons might need alternate activities for.
So what I'm hearing is, I don't remember if it was in an email or a meeting, but teachers were basically asking, is this going to put on additional work on the teacher to come up with lesson plans for every student that opts out using this exemption? It doesn't sound like that.
No. So not for core curriculum, and then even for supplementary curriculum, those we would look at just an alternate text or activity for students.
I see. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Beal.
I'll make a very quick comment. And the quick comment is based upon the emails we're getting. This is not pre-compliance. Ever since the ruling was put out, we've had to come up with this, and we have actually even delayed our decision-making to try to craft this policy to be understanding of what the community has commented about it. And I would direct anybody who's listening to this meeting to go to the California Department of Education site that discusses this. We are not putting anything into place that is more narrow than the guidance that is there. And I completely reject the statement that we do not support our LGBTQ plus students in the district. We have said that very vocally, and we are legal representatives for the district. And so it is our duty to not put the district at risk of lawsuits based upon not doing anything. So we do have to take action on things. That's what we're doing. And we are not making this any more narrow than is being defined by the California Department of Education.
Thank you for bringing that up. And thank you, Dr. Maldonado, for at the beginning of this really letting the folks know that we still stand for and by our students and staff. Thank you, Dr. Beal. So with that, I will entertain a motion on G1.
I second. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess I'm sorry. That's the first. I apologize.
We have a motion from Ms. Caffrey. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
We have a first and a second. Mr. Banning?
Aye.
Ms. Munoz?
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Dr. Beal?
Aye.
I'm an aye. That's all in favor. Unanimous. Thank you. All right. We will close G1 and we will go to G3, second reading, sunshining approval of the California School Employee Association, Chapter 37, to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Unified School District. Welcome back, Mr. Tedeschi.
Well, thank you. This is the second read of CSEA's proposal, their sunshine proposal, so that we can, after our next meeting, then they'll both be approved and then we can enter into negotiations with them. So we just need this one approved this evening if the board feels like doing that.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Ken Rivas.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah. So I yielded my time for the first reading, but I do want to, in the sake of time, but I do want to speak on this. So I'm just here tonight. Oh, well, good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and cabinet members. So I'll get right to it. So I would just want to be here tonight and on behalf of the California School Classified Employees, and I want to just ask that you encourage you to approve this. I look forward to entering into negotiations once this has been approved. We're talking about Article 4 CSE rights, Article 17 working out of class reclassifications, and Article 19 transfers. And of course, per the contract, we have wages and benefits that would also be going to negotiations with. I'm really looking for a cohesive, meaningful, and good-hearted process. And so, again, I look forward to entering into negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this was stated last time, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate that CSEA in their sunshine letters always identifies what they want to focus on each article. It's really helpful for us and we appreciate it. I'll turn it back to the board for approval.
I move to approve the CSEA proposal to reopen contract negotiations during the 25-26 school year.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Mr. Banning.
Aye.
Ms. Munoz.
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey.
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Dr. Beal.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. All right. We have 4 minutes. We're on H1, acceptance of donations for November 18th, 2025.
I move to accept donations for November 18th, 2025 with gratitude.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Mr. Banning.
Aye.
Ms. Munoz.
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey.
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Dr. Beal.
Aye.
I'm an aye. It's unanimous. All in favor, we'll go to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing any. Do we have a motion?
Had a card in on I-15.
Okay, you can come up for a public comment.
So again, I just encourage a vote in favor of this agenda item. It's in pertaining to salary schedules, and so it's imperative that we get that approved and going forward as it impacts, many of the employees. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no one wants to pull anything. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
We have a first and a second. I'll go really slow so that we don't. Mr. Banning.
Aye.
Ms. Munoz.
Aye.
Ms. Caffrey.
Aye.
Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Dr. Beal.
Aye.
Aye. All right. That concludes our agenda for tonight. You can look at the governance calendar for future agenda items. Our next Board of Education meeting is December 11th. That's a Thursday. We'll conclude this meeting at 11:28. Everyone have a good night. Thank you.